chairperson for the Commonwealth Youth Peace Ambassadors Network.
So, ladies and gentlemen, according to the statistics of Botswana, the youth forms the greatest population of our country, Botswana. So, it's only relevant that we're all gathered here to engage the youth on matters involving the process of the national budget. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Youth Budget Pitso is mainly all about consulting and engaging the youth directly to involve them in matters regarding the national budget processes. We are all here to include your voices, to include your opinions, to include your insights. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I would like to acknowledge and extend a warm welcome to the Vice President and Minister of Finance, Mr. Ndaba Nkosinathi Gaolathe. Honorable Lesego Chombo, Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs and CMP. Permanent Secretary Dr. Tsokoloho Alex Khanatano and other members joined online. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. The Permanent Secretary to the Vice President, Dr. Gape Kaboya Khosi. The Senior Policy Advisor from the Ministry of Finance, Me Naledi Madala.
We have Mr. Batani Walter Matekane, Deputy Secretary, Microeconomics Policy. We have Mr. Ndolamo Hubona, Deputy Accountant General. Amongst we have Mr. Moretsi Bohosi, Acting DPS Youth. Honorable Councillor Leonard Rambawasika, Chairperson of Bala Youth Commission. We have Ms. Millicent Setaile, Chairperson of Botswana National Youth Council. Ms. Ndibapi Mudikwa, Presidential Youth Empowerment Campaign Rep.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've done the introductions, it will be a total miss for us to not start the day on a great vibe. So now, help me welcome on stage our very own artist in Botswana, Young Black.
A round of applause for Young Black.
Applause.
Whilst we're still waiting for our artists, just also a housekeeping update. I was told that the gentlemen are supposed to use the bathrooms over my left side, then the ladies are supposed to use the ones on my right side. So we should actually keep up with that. Also, we also have Dr. Saidi Timono, Secretary, Microeconomics, Finance Policy. We're still waiting for, we're fixing some technical glitch and it'll be solved within a minute. Technology.
So, ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, the theme of today's program, or rather the hashtags are my budget, my right, your budget, your right, our budget, our right. So make sure that when you do snap for content, because I know amongst our, obviously, is the Youth Budget Pitso, so the youth are very energetic and they love taking content. So make sure that when you do post the budget, the Youth Budget Pitso, you share those hashtags online.
Number it's personal because ke a utlwa gote my budget ha ke tsora I bua le ka salary ya me kana I bua ka le ka hustle ya me. So I think I'll take it to that personal level also. So I think it also speaks to us gore ke budget ya rona as young people. So today we are keen to listen to those opinions. Later on also we'll be having an open discussions. So we listen attentively, make those notes, take those questions, and make sure that we fully participate in today's exercise.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there's a bit of a change. We're going to welcome on stage Nicole, who's going to be gracing us with a beautiful performance. Let us all give her a warm welcome on stage.
I'm a live performing artist, there we go. I'm a live performing artist. I'm just here to bless you guys with 2 songs. It's a song that can motivate and inspire you. You guys need to listen to the lyrics, especially that it's the youth here. So this one is dedicated to each and every single one of you. Let's go. Hey. Miss Martinez, we are live. Hey. Lintumele, limpulele, kakilonele rato. Limpulele, lintumele, akitsena limpulele, lintumele, kakilonele rato. Kakilonele rato. Kare limpulele, lintumele, akitsena limpulele, lintumele, kakilonele rato. Kakilonele rato. Ha ke tsena ka monyako a re emang nkamogele ke phenya jaaka ngwedi ke raya sena ka ngwedi emang nkamogele limpuleleng lintumeleng ha ke tsena lintumele kakilonele rato kakilonele I get, eh, gore, halek reka no bitso re, hey, hey, oh, okay. Thank you for saving me. Uh-huh. Thank you. Yeah, the next one is Siriti. Let me hear the ladies screaming. Like you got melody, I get melody about rega. Ah, all right, now I love that. Hey. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Kemusaliwa, ah, siriti muzimu kimumba, umpa siriti kemusaliwa, ah, siriti muzimu kimumba, umpa siriti, siriti sambe, umpa siriti, siriti sambe, umpa siriti, siriti sambe, umpa siriti, siriti sambe, umpa siriti. Kiangile, utali, borubommeli bokukubale, kiangile, utilo, kalirato la bombe bokukubale, bampalira, kibatubande, bantireleta, kibatubande, bampalira, kibatubande, bantireleta. Cabo Kilimang, Cabo Kilikai, di tutto talona, Kisiriti sabe, Arimabula, Kimabula, Nisabula, Nisabula, Arriva siriti mujimuke mumbai, mumba siriti kimusadio, siriti mujimuke mumbai, Ari siriti sambe, mumba siriti sambe, Sona siriti sambe, siriti sambe, Are kare, Josigadi gare ga basadi. Batsadi ba merake ba le bale. Mosadi kana tshwara thipa ka bogale. Mosadi ke ene moagi mo lefatshe. Ke mamotse seruruele, se kgabisa ditšhaba-tšhaba. Mosadi thari ya setšhaba, ke mamotse seruruele, se kgabisa ditšhaba-tšhaba. Mosadi thari ya setšhaba, Mapula, ke mapula, Nisabula, Nisabula, ke mosadi wa siriti, ene umpa siriti, ela wa siriti, wana umpa siriti, siriti sambe, umpa siriti sambe, sana siriti sambe, umpa siriti sambe, eke musadi ake musadi ake musadi ke musadi musadi wa siriti sambe, ela siriti sambe, umpa siriti ela siriti sambe, elele ye, elele So everybody here, Mudimo ke mo mpati wa gago. Thank you so much. Nicole Martinez everywhere. I love you guys so much. Thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in awe. That was exceptional. Give it one round of applause for Nicole Martinez. Now, it is indeed a great honor to welcome a leader whose vision continues to shape the economic direction of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Vice President and Minister of Finance, Mr. Ndaba Nkosinathi Gaolathe, to deliver his address.
Please be seated. I remember when Sekitumile Masire was giving his final retirement speech. A journalist then asked him a question after the speech. And he asked him, Mr. President, what is it that you look forward to doing in your retirement? And his answer was, if there's the one thing I'm really looking forward to is learning how to use a computer. And today when I came in, I realized everybody here had a camera. Everybody here uses a computer. The country has changed. The circumstances have changed. Thank you very much for the beautiful, beautiful music. Thank you, program directors. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Honorable Lesego Chombo, Ms. Chomzi, Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs, Dr. Tsokoloho Kanetsano, who is the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. He says he's online. He's not here. He says he's online. May I acknowledge Dr. Hape Kabuyakosi, the Prof. He's Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Vice President, Dr. Sayed Timunu, Secretary for Macroeconomic and Financial Policy, Ms. Naledi Madala, Senior Policy Advisor. She doesn't look so senior, but she's very senior in policy advisory. Mr. Batani Matikani, we call him the pastor. He's Deputy Secretary, Macroeconomic Policy. Mr. Ndulamo Hubona, Deputy Accountant General. Mr. Moretsi Buhosi, Acting Deputy PS Youth. Honorable Councillor Leonard Rambawazvika, Chairperson of Bala Youth Commission. Ms. Millicent Sitaile, Chairperson of the Botswana National Youth Council. Ms. Mudikwa, Presidential Youth Empowerment Campaign Rep. Leaders of youth organizations here present, young entrepreneurs, creatives, innovators, and students, and above all, the young people of Botswana, including those joining us online. Ke a dumedisa. It's a profound honor to stand before you today, not only by virtue of the responsibilities entrusted to me, but as a fellow citizen who believes deeply that the destiny of our nation will be shaped by the choices you make in this very generation. The future of Botswana is not abstract, and it is already taking form in the ambitions, in the ideas, and in the courage of our young people, yourselves. We are here to listen. We are here to listen to you. At the outset, I would like to assure you that this Youth Pitso is not symbolic and it is not government ticking a box. We are gathered here because Botswana has reached a defining moment, one that demands honesty, clarity, and shared responsibility. That moment cannot be navigated without you. The conversation we will have today matter because they speak directly to the kind of economy we are aiming to build, the kind of opportunity we are hoping to create, and the kind of leadership this country will rely on tomorrow. Let me talk about honesty. Honesty, because honesty is the foundation of trust. Honesty requires me to acknowledge that many of you are frustrated, many of you are tired, and many of you are disappointed because too often the pace of delivery has not matched the urgency of your lives. And as government, we must accept our share of responsibility for that gap. Botswana is living through an economic transition that is real, that is structural, and that is unavoidable. The economic model that carried us for decades, anchored on diamonds and a strong central role for government, can no longer carry us into the next generation in the same way. Global uncertainty has increased, fiscal space has become tighter, and the room for inefficiency, the room for dependency, and the room for delay has narrowed significantly. This is not a crisis narrative, but a transition narrative. And moments of transition always demand new thinking and new leadership. For many households, this transition is not felt in documents. It is felt in the daily choices about work, in the daily choices about opportunity, and about survival. That leadership is not waiting somewhere far in the future. It is already here. That leadership is sitting in this room. For many years, we have been told that young people are the future of this country. Today, I want to say something more demanding, perhaps even something more truthful. You are not only the future of Botswana, you are the present solution for Botswana. You are the most educated generation this country has ever produced. You are the most connected generation we have ever known. You carry more information, more networks, more tools, and more access than entire governments once possessed. The question is no longer whether you have opportunity. The question is whether you will convert that opportunity into production, into innovation, and into leadership. Because nations are not transformed by intentions alone. They are transformed by execution. Execution. And let me speak directly about values. Because economics without values collapses. No policy, no law, and no institution alone can end corruption. Only character can do that. Character. Character alone can end corruption. The generation that ends corruption will do so not through slogans, but through how it builds businesses, through how it competes, and how it refuses to take shortcuts, and how it chooses integrity when no one is watching. Scripture speaks powerfully to this moment. Ecclesiastes reminds us, I quote, "Remember your Creator in the days of your youth, before the days of trouble come," close quote. Responsibility does not begin when you are old. Character is not formed after success. Nations are strengthened when young people choose integrity while they are still young. You are that generation, and I believe you should understand this calling better than anyone. But to rise to this calling, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. For too long, we have nurtured a culture where government is expected to be the first answer, the only answer, the permanent answer. This culture, while understandable, is no longer sustainable. Across the world, young people live differently. Students work part-time. Young people take multiple jobs. They build resilience and learn discipline early. Here at home, too often, circumstances have pushed students into the narrow path where survival depends on allowances alone and opportunity feels delayed rather than earned. Government must also change how it enables, how it listens, and how it delivers, because responsibility is and should be shared, even when leadership is carried forward by the young, by the youth. That culture must begin to change with you, not because government is withdrawing support, but because a dependent youth cannot reasonably be expected to build an independent nation. And let me be clear, older generations will find this shift difficult. Habits are deeply formed and adaptation becomes harder with time. But you are versatile, you are mobile, you are digital, you are creative. You must carry Botswana through this transition. This is not a speech of blame, it is a speech of responsibility merged with opportunity. What has been most encouraging in the young people is that young people are coming forward. Young people came forward with serious, well thought through submissions during the Botswana Economic Transformation Program Call for Ideas. Some of those ideas were selected as part of the Botswana Economic Transformation Program laboratories, and they are now undergoing facilitation. That is the spirit we had hoped for. It is evidence of a generation that is taking initiative, a generation that is taking responsibility, and a generation that is taking life by its horns. The Botswana Economic Transformation Program recognizes new industries, it recognizes new skills, it recognizes new forms of value creation, because young people themselves have shown us through their ideas and through their ambition what the new and what the next economy should look like. The government is also reshaping the funding architecture to recognize non-traditional businesses, creative industries, technology, ventures, and the ideas that do not fit the old mold. I also want to speak to the concerns you raise repeatedly and legitimately. You tell us you do not have land, you tell us you don't have collateral, you tell us you don't have the years of experience demanded by employers. These constraints are real and they are true, but they are not unique to Botswana, and they are not and should not be permanent barriers. The generation that waits for perfect conditions, the generation that waits for perfect conditions never moves, never. The generation that builds despite constraints changes history. Facebook was not born in a ministry or in a boardroom. Facebook was not, it was conceptualized in a university by young people who saw possibility where others saw limitation. Your creativity, your technological fluency, your ability to collaborate across borders, these are the real gemstones. These are the real commodities. The world is no longer distant, it is accessible. Young people of Botswana, you are not only shaping your own lives, you are shaping the values of your children, the values that your children will inherit. You are becoming the parents, the elders, and the leaders of the new Botswana. You must be different. You must reject the mindset of dependency and replace it with dignity. You must reject entitlement and embrace enterprise. You must reject shortcuts and choose stewardship. Botswana does not need a perfect generation. It needs a responsible generation. And standing here today, I believe, without hesitation, that you are that generation. The mantle of leadership is no longer approaching. It is already on your shoulders. Transform this country, build its industries, protect its integrity, carry its people, carry them through this uncertainty. You, the young people of this beautiful land of Botswana. And if you step forward, government must step forward with you. If you build, government must clear that path on which you build. And if we each carry our responsibility with integrity, then history will say that when Botswana faced its greatest test, it was the youth that did not step back and the nation did not abandon them. Amudimo onne lelona. We are here to listen, and listen we will. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause for the Vice President and Minister of Finance for his key address. Okay, from his exceptional key address, I think the takeaways that I take from this is that you as the youth, you are the future and the present of our nation. So he talked about changing the culture of solely depending on the government, and I think we can understand that the government is now heading a new direction, a direction that is positioning itself as an architect of enabling instead of an architect of making young people depend on it. So now, also from his message, we are reminded that the youth matters. Your ideas, your insights must be collectively included in building a productive and inclusive, sustainable economy of the youth of Botswana. So ladies and gentlemen, today we'll be having an engaging and open discussion. We want to know your ideas, and as the youth, we want to know your insights. What must be done, what must be executed, and what would you like to see reflecting on the national budget? So now with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to one of the challenges, obviously, that we are facing as the youth in Botswana is unemployment, a very high unemployment rate. Despite being qualified graduates, they still fail to find jobs. And in light of this challenge, it is important to examine what the budget strategy paper reveals about the current unemployment rate and the measures put in place to address it. Which one of the measures that are already being put in place that I can see happening is the birth of the Botswana Economic Transformation Program. So we should be on the lookout for that one today so that we can have a bit of a more broad explanation of what the BETP is and what hope does it bring to you as Monana. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the Secretary Macroeconomic and Financial Policy in the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Said Otimono, who will present an overview of the 2026-2027 budget strategy paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Bagaetsho dumelang. Bagaetsho dumelang. Oh, thank you very much. VP, allow me to stand on the protocol that was established. Kiri, we are here to listen. I see students, I think from the primary school level, so I will try to explain what we wrote in a manner that le bone ba tle ba tlhaloganye. We are here to listen to your suggestions, le gore how we can improve the paper that we are here to discuss. I will take you through what we wrote. We are not here to defend what we wrote. We were in Francistown. They had suggestions, the local authorities. Maabani, we met the general stakeholders. Lebone, they suggested gore in the paper we could discuss health expenditure, but we could also discuss issues of corruption and how that affects the economy. So feel free, as we discuss in the plenary, some of the gaps that you have identified in the paper. Le gore re ka e tokafatsa jang. All right. The paper itself begins with an introduction that gives the objective. It guides the annual budget. It outlines the government medium-term fiscal and economic priorities. It gives the economic context in a transparent manner. We take the data that is published, we analyze it and put it in front of you. Where you think we have not done adequate analysis, we are here to seek guidance and stand guided. 3 key objectives: to strengthen fiscal transparency and promote informed debate. Debate which we will do more of the listening as opposed to debating back to back with you. So we'll just listen and take back the feedback. Policy consistency and fiscal discipline. If you look at the title of the paper, it's titled New Era of Transformation and Fiscal Prudence. It is not by mistake that that title is there. We are in an era of change towards a new transformation. The paper launches NDP 12 and is anchored on the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, which you'll get more details in the next presentation. But before we get to the domestic economic context, it's very important to understand how the global economy is performing. How please allow me to mix both Setswana and English so that all of us have a similar understanding. How libile, the chart in front, 4 things emerge. The world economy, which is the first bars on the right, is expected to decelerate or grow slow in 2025, 2026. The second one, advanced economies. So those advanced economies, where we sell some of our exports to, their growth is expected to remain flat. Emerging markets and developing economies. As an emerging market and developing economy. It is expected to also grow slow in 2025, and 2026. Yabone, emerging markets and developing Asia. China, India. They are key economic partners for Botswana. China accounts for about 50%. It's the second largest, actually, market for second largest market for diamond jewelry, while India accounts for about 90% of all diamond manufacturing and processing. Hello is the sub-Saharan Africa. That is the only region that is expected to have a positive growth in 2025 and 2026. This presents an opportunity for us as a country. Harry some of the trade protocols and agreements such as the AFCFTA. The AFCFTA markets opens a pool of a market for our domestic production for goods and services. To understand the case for transformation, it is very important to look back and how we have been performing. The orange bar, the orange line gives growth rate of total GDP. The blue line is the growth rate of the mining sector. What is evident here is the domestic economy has largely been driven by the mining sector. Every time the domestic economy slows down, or rather every time the mining sector slows down, it pulls down the domestic economy as well. What is also evident on this chart is that over time, every time there's a crisis, in 2009, there was a global financial crisis. Every time there's a crisis, there appeared to be a V-shaped recovery. When economists speak of a V-shaped recovery, so every time there's a crisis, it bounces back the following year. However, during the Euro debt crisis, there's a V-shaped recovery. However, in 2015, there was a commodity price shock, there was a V-shaped recovery. However, during the COVID-19 crisis, is a V-shaped recovery. So over time, there has been consistent, faster recovery every time there's a mining sector. But recent trends, recently, how about 2024, 2025, this line has not come back with a V-shaped recovery. So therefore, this gives you an indication that we are now approaching the new normal. We cannot go forward, continue to do the same things we have been doing. We have to start thinking differently. How do we transform this economy to be able to unlock job opportunities, to be able to ensure that the private sector comes in and participate, to be able to ensure that every Botswana is employed, fulfilled, and empowered. This slide just gives you every time. It's basically the same as I was saying, but there are some opportunities that are emerging outside the mining sector. The purple bar is the wholesale and retail sector. The yellow one is the finance sector, the manufacturing sector, accommodation and food services, which is a proxy for tourism. So outside the mining sector, there are some non-mining sectors that are also starting to emerge to show positive growth. Our transformation, the way we should view transformation as a group is to ensure that it goes beyond some of the non-mining sectors that are showing potential for growth. Okay. Right. What we are showing you in the paper, over time, the economy has been growing below potential. So potential growth is this blue line that is declining. So what this means is this. Factors of production, labor, which is employment, land, capital, has not been utilized efficiently to grow the economy. Some of the reasons for that is that we have been having negative total factor productivity. There have been weaknesses in how we deploy capital for productive sectors. Projects that could be done at a lower cost end up having cost overruns. That's a misuse of allocation of capital. Employment opportunities that could be done by 1 or 2 people end up being done by many people. That's an inefficient use of labor. So when you have inefficient use of labor, or the way even we allocate capital for productive purposes, if you're not efficient in that, you will have this next chart. You will have high unemployment because you are inefficient in how you are using your capital, you are inefficient in how you are using your land, you are inefficient in how you are deploying your employment for production. It is only when you are efficient and the economy is growing that you can reduce unemployment. We are here to be transparent, we are here to listen to you and to get guidance. Our unemployment rate, as depicted there, shows in 2024, our unemployment rate was 27.6%. If you narrow it down, the unemployment rate shows it's about 38.2%. This can't be the new normal. This cannot be the new normal. So whatever we discuss, whatever documents we produce, whatever conferences we attend, whatever symposiums we have, if this chart does not reduce, we are not doing what we are supposed to be doing. But I must say, transformation, as what the VP has said, is not an abstract concept. We have done it before. In 1966, we were one of the poorest countries in the world with limited infrastructure. But it took a generation to transform, guided by a couple of things. 1, visionary leadership. 2, prudent macroeconomic management. 3, rule-based institutions. I can put it to you that we have these things currently now. We have the visionary leadership. We have prudent macroeconomic management. We have institutions that follow rules. We need to strengthen and think differently. This is the generation that can transform. The generation that transformed the country from 1966 to now, they have done their part. It is us now in this room that can guide this transformation. Prices. The level of prices in the economy is stable. Price stability, ke fa line e blue yellow. Ela gare ga line tse pedi tse orange tsela. Then we'll know that it's stable. Diamond prospects for 2026. The diamond market has been facing some cyclical and structural challenges. Cyclical, here we are talking about prices, reduction in prices. Structural, we're talking about changes in patterns. There has been an emergence of lab-grown diamonds. The share of lab-grown diamonds have increased from about 0% in 2015 to about 20% as of last year. So that squeezes the performance of the competition at natural diamond. Diamond production has also reduced. Diamond prices are also reducing. But we cannot talk about this every single day without a solution. So we need to transform. And like I said, transformation is something that we have done before, and I'm confident that we can do it again with this generation in the room. So the next presentation will take you through how we plan this transformation and how you can play a role. But like I said, we are not here to defend anything. Re tlo go kopa dikgakololo gore mo pampiring e re beileng fa pele ga lona re ka tsenya eng re ka ntsha eng kana re ka atolosa eng further to explain it. This slide is a continuation of what I was saying. It gives you trends in diamond sales. The blue one is the sales in rough diamonds. The orange one is the sales in polished diamonds. But what is visible here is that over time, sales of diamonds has been going down. So if diamond sales are going down, it affects the government revenue Mineral revenue accounts for about 30% of total revenue. If diamond sales are going down, it affects our exports, export receipts, our reserves. If diamond sales are going down, we cannot accumulate some of the reserves, which will help us to buffer the economy in times of shocks. It also affects the trade balance. This cannot be the new normal for us who are in this room. We can transform this economy. This is similar to what I was saying, just gives you the trend and the diamond production over time. Production in terms of carats, million carats of diamond has slowed. Right. Here we discuss the external sector, imports and exports. Let me start it this way. The largest commodities that we import mo Botswana, fuel and retail. Retail, this is the joy and everything that you find in these shops. What we export mostly has been diamonds, followed by tourism, which also ends about 5% of foreign exchange reserves. Yanu, hala ene blue yele. Eheta la ene orange yele, la go dimga blue yele. We are importing more than we are exporting. Mekana for you to import, I get reka kontle. Ha reka kontle, ha reka ka dipula. O reka ka ledi la madi al hasilora ka mogolo. Ha le gore we importa go America, tla go banking wa go kopa US dollars so wa go reka le gore importa go China. You'll go change to the Chinese currency, le gore importa go South Africa. O tla go batla diranta o bo reka go South Africa. Mme tsone diranta tseo go tle dollar tseo di tswa mo the foreign exchange reserves o di tsaya mo the foreign exchange reserves. Yaanong gore o nne le more foreign exchange reserves go batla o producer goods and services so o kgona go rekisa kwa ntle, because ha o rekisa kwa ntle ha ba go duela ka dipula. So you start accumulating the reserves. Yeah, space is between the orange and the blue. It needs to be financed somehow. So the finance you are going, or the finance the reserve. That is why over time we have been seeing our level of reserves reducing. We have been importing more than we are exporting. But that on its own, if you look at it, it's another opportunity. How do I produce goods that we are importing? What can I do as a monana to ensure that I reduce the level of imports, import substitutions? Then I can help build the reserves. Our reserves, they hover around 6 months of import cover. International best practice says it's 3 months of import cover. So what this generally means is that we will only be able to import our goods and services for a period of 6 months. So it is very, very key that us in this room, we think in a transformation manner on how can we ensure that we assist in building up these foreign exchange reserves. All right. Twice a year, come March, April, like August till September, we get reviewed by credit rating agencies. We get reviewed by Standard & Poor's. We also get reviewed by Moody's. Come March, by S&P they came, never for rating at BBB+. Me have a level to go pili. Your outlook, we are going to give you negative. April Moody's they gave us A3 rating. The reserves are the class. Your revenue from diamonds are also low. We think your outlook will be negative. August, September, we'll come back and review again. Ha seemo sa go sa tokahala, re tla go downgrade a bit. So they came back August and September. This is also in the budget strategy paper. They came back, ha re lebile mme go lebega ka re seemo sa go sa di-reserve ga sa tokahala. Gape go lebega ka re le seemo sa ditamana le sona ga sa tokahala. So we are now downgrading you one step down. Ever downgrade about ha triple B, by about ha BAA1. So what this means, if you are perceived risky as a person, how you go banking, collateral. The rate of interest, if you don't have collateral, will be very high. So what this means for us as a country is that the more we get downgraded, it becomes expensive for us to access the financial markets. So as a country, we need to build our buffers and also ensure that we rebuild the revenue profile. Let's say more revenue and expenditure. What we have in front here, the orange one, well, the orange solid one, is what we are spending as a government. A dotted is what we have been collecting. Similar to the exports and imports, that gap, it has to be financed somehow. Could the imports and the exports refinance the reserve? If you continue spending more than you are earning, you need to finance that gap. So over time, we have been financing that gap by drawing down on the government investment account. Historically, we had healthy buffers. Deficit government investment account. But how will it trend the government investment account? October, the level of government investment account was 2.14 billion. How Hosena ko ka tsanting gore o ka finance a deficit ele. Gora gore o ikanye go adima. So our debt level, budget strategy papering. Our debt level as September, 30% of GDP. Over time, the pink one, okay. The pink one, domestic debt. Blue, external debt. So domestic debt, Harasimula 2013-2014, much of our borrowing was coming from external sources. But over time, in the recent past, we are borrowing more domestically. September 2025, half year, 30% of GDP. Propose a priority. If you feel we should have added more or reduced some, Mudi priorities are listed in the private sector export-led growth. You will get more information about that in the next presentation. We also have proposing a priority to modernize infrastructure, transformation infrastructure. We are also proposing innovation and digital transformation, and we're also proposing to focus on building appropriate skills, both human and social. Main objectives really for a private sector-led economy is to shift from the mineral dependence to a private sector-driven export economy. Basically here we are looking at modernizing the power sector. We are proposing initiatives such as modernizing the power sector, promoting entrepreneurial development, leveraging on trade agreements, digital connectivity, trade enabling infrastructure, such as transport corridors. More priority in human capital. We are proposing strengthening our investment in people to drive inclusive growth. Here we are looking at strengthening, leveraging more on TVET, strengthening education and skills, healthcare services. We are also looking at strengthening our social protection and also improving inequality and inclusivity. More priority in On the third one, yeah, modernizing and transforming infrastructure. Here we are looking at digital connectivity, improving our aviation space. We are also looking at innovating financing, including triple Ps. We are also proposing rail rehabilitation, as well as improving the road network to productive sectors. Moho yabone, digital transformation. We are looking at strengthening R&D capacity. We are also looking at innovation hubs. We are also looking at digital infrastructure expansion, the village connectivity program, and also reducing the gap in the digital space, bridging the digital device. The cross-cutting priorities, we discussed them in the paper. The green economy, strengthening M&E systems, improve the quality of life, as well as gender equality and social inclusion. We presented the medium-term budget statement in December. The Minister of Finance did that. By September, we had collected about 35 billion in revenue. The bulk of that collection was coming from SACU. SACU receipts at 12.24. VAT had given us 6 billion. Non-mineral income tax, corporate income tax, pay as we earn, has given us 8 billion. But what is noticeable here, or the mining sector was not featuring much anyway. We didn't collect much from the mining sector. From what we collected, we spent about 32.35 billion on recurrent spending and 6.97 on development spending. The risk that we are facing as a country. So on the section, we'll discuss the risk that we are facing in the country, growth risks. We are also looking at inflation risks, the expenditure risks, debt risks, and revenue risks. We can discuss that more in the plenary. The budget strategy paper. Before we present the budget 26-27. Where you feel please feel free. Where you feel there are sections we did not address, please feel free. We will go back and incorporate these comments. It's a draft at this stage. We are here to listen to you. And then from there, we'll refine it and then put the final version in the Ministry of Finance social media pages. Really, the budget is a catalyst for creating new jobs, this 26-27 budget. It is a catalyst for attracting private capital and ultimately building a future that is inclusive, sustainable, tech-forward, with a view to drive innovation, efficiency, and growth for Botswana. It is key to note that the 26-27 budget is anchored on the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, which is a very, very exciting transformation program that you'll get when I step off from here. But so please allow me to stop here. As I said, we are here to listen to you, and thank you very much.
A round of applause again for Dr. Saidi Timono. I think it's exciting also for young people who are entrepreneurs because they have information which they could actually use in making data-driven decisions for their businesses. It's high time also we make decisions for our businesses based on what the data is saying, not how we're feeling. So I'm really excited also for the conversations we're going to have. I believe also some are also itching right now to start the conversation and discuss what they would like to see within the budget strategy. Going forward, I think from here we will have our tea break. How we will have our tea break will allow our guest of honors to accompany the vice president to the whole holding room. Then with our three different cars at the back, we have 2 serving stations. The one when you exit the far left door, that side, my far left door, and the other one is at the back of the room that we're actually in. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will only have 15 minutes for our tea break, then we will resume our conversation, our discussion here. Thank you. with the agenda. We are about to watch a short video clip, and the video is about the Botswana Economic Transformation Program. I hope we are able also to pick something from that video. Just to let you know that this is not only a physical event, we have people also joining us virtually. We're streaming live from the Ministry of Finance page and the Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs page also. For the video, whenever you're ready. Indeed, it was a short video, and I hope we managed to pick what the message of the video was saying. A round of applause for that. Yes, right about now we will welcome a presentation on Botswana's Economic Transformation Program by Ms. Naledi C. Madala, who is the Senior Policy Advisor, Ministry of Finance. A round of applause.
Turn it up. Okay. Good morning. Protocol observed. VP, Honorable Minister Chombo, everybody else in the room, a very, very good morning to you. I am very excited to share with you about this national initiative, the Botswana Economic Transformation Program. And I think I'm very excited because for the first time I'm engaging with a segment or a cohort of people who I know with certainty that when you say, let's do this, they will not say, we have tried it, it will not work. So that gives me a lot of optimism. The Botswana Economic Transformation Program is a national initiative. through this program, government has challenged itself to really reimagine the Botswana's economic trajectory. Government has challenged itself to think and to act differently. And what we are now doing is what we are terming business unusual. And you would see on the slide that even the slide says this is a moment for business unusual. I believe that most of us or all of us know that Botswana, even with the challenges that we are having today, has an ambition, an aspiration of becoming a high-income economy by 2036. And calculations have been done to say, but if we are to get to become a high-income economy by 2036, what pace should we be growing at? And what should we be doing really to get to that level? If you look at that slide, you will see that the red line is the line that we need to be moving on along with in order to achieve that aspiration. The blue line is where we will end up if we continue the way we've been doing, if we do not change anything, our approach, if we do not change the way that government and the nation, because Botswana Economic Transformation Program is not a program for government, it's a national program, it's a vision for the country and not just for the government. So it is very important that we have clarity even from a quantitative perspective what the numbers are looking like. So you'll see that in order to be classified as a high-income economy, you need to be having a gross national income of 15,730 USD. But today we are only sitting at 7,750. So there is a lot of aggression that is needed from the government side in order to get to that level. And with the rate and level at which we are only moving, we will only end up with close to 10,000 USD by 2036, which will be a failure for all of us. And as I said, I am very encouraged because you, as the VP's presentations speech said earlier, you are the generation to carry the nation on that red line to become a high-income economy, because you don't have the memory of saying, let's not do that, that does not work. You have the memory of the futuristic thinking of saying, let's do it. So that is why you are really, really the right people for us to be having this conversation with, and I'm very excited today. Just to bring you, to take a step back and onboard you, baptize you with the transformation idea. Okay, thank you, because I've been thinking I'm speaking through that. I totally forgot. Just to take a step back and share with you the journey, where the journey started. We are being anchored for the transformation program by Pemandu Associates. Pemandu is a consulting firm, and they started as a delivery unit in the government of Malaysia. Actually, sometimes before we do this presentation, we have a slide that we display to really show what they've been able to achieve in Malaysia and in other countries where they have driven this transformation program. So they are with us, and they'll be with us even until next year, April, because now we have moved into the execution phase of the transformation program. I think we started last year, July, for a 12 weeks program, starting with the diagnostics and a lot of consultation. We did extensive consultations across, and we aligned ourselves with the National Planning Commission so that the consultations for the Botswana Economic Transformation Program and the consultations for National Development Plan could be done at the same time, because the documents are really enhancing each other. With the BETP being the execution or delivery focus of the NDP 12. I know you already know that there's always been this thing that Botswana knows how to do policies, but we don't know how to do execution. So we wanted to take a segment of the NDP 12 and really make it so execution focused, so that we can have clarity in terms of the lessons learned. We can have clarity in terms of really being able to get to the diagnostics of really why have we not been able to execute as an economy. It was very clear to us as we were thinking about an economic strategy that the new government will implement, that we come, one, with an economic strategy that will be so execution focused. And I'll explain why the Botswana Economic Transformation Program is not just a reform. Previously, it was easy to come up with a reform and it would end up in shelves, and that's how we became to be known as a country that is so good at coming up with reforms, so good at coming up with policies, but so poor at execution. But with the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, there is no chance of not executing it. The kind of accountability built in accountability mechanisms that are inbuilt in the program, and I'll explain that as I move forward. As I said, it was very, very, very key that one, the program is execution focused, but secondly, it was also very key that the program is targeted at breaking the silos across government. You may have experienced even as a youth that sometimes what you need is scattered across ministries, and with every single ministry that you go to, it's almost like you are starting the conversation from scratch. You have to explain yourself, explain what you are trying to do, because a lot of times you find that Ministry A has no idea what Ministry B is doing. So through this program, we wanted to bring government together and have a government machinery that is speaking to each other, and not where the other one has absolutely no idea what the other one is doing. And to achieve that, what this methodology brought along was the concept of labs, and I'll explain how the labs worked and how the labs brought every single stakeholder into the room. So that is the other part that I wanted to explain. What we did was to, after the diagnostics, there was an inception report that was so detailed, looking at the mega trends. Where does Botswana sit within the globe? Where does Botswana, in terms of how do the mega trends affect Botswana? How does the regional positioning of Botswana affect Botswana? And all of those nuances that one needs to look at as you are building and coming up with a futuristic looking program, that the report covered all of those. The next step now, together with all the consultations that had been done, the next step and next stop was the cabinet workshop, which obviously was led by the president and the vice president, because it is so important that transformation has strong buy-in from the top political leadership, so that, you know, everything that is being done to drive transformation does get accelerated to them, so that the pace and the pace and acceleration of the program actually moves at a certain speed. And that is why the two leaders were the ones who are championing the transformation. I think what happened at the cabinet is that we then had the presentations of the diagnostics, because you cannot solution for what you don't understand. And it was through this cabinet workshop that the leadership then decided on what will be the key sectors that will drive or become the anchors of transformation. So 6 economic sectors were selected, and there was a whole lot of debate. As you can imagine that as a minister being responsible for a certain portfolio, I remember Honorable Chombo really coming out strongly to say, I want to see what this is going to say about young people. So everybody was really, really looking to say, what is this going to be saying? What is this transformation program going to be? What is it going to mean for the segment that I lead? So there were robust debates that happened within cabinet members, and we ended up with 6 key economic sectors and 3 social sectors, because it's so important that whatever you do to drive the economy, you are also carrying the social aspect of it. Because if the economy is thriving but the health sector is deteriorating, or the education sector is deteriorating, then there is no then there is that gap that then exists. But the other thing that happened with the cabinet workshop is that leaders landed on what we now call a true north. And you, as the young people in this, the youth in this hall, you are supposed to interpret this true north. What does it mean for you? What is the true north for the nation? Because as I said earlier, it's not the true north for the government. It's a national true north, and it's important that we all own it, we all internalize it, so that when you meet with your counterparts in the social media, wherever, as you travel across the world, you are able to interpret to them what the true north of your country means. And I have seen this happen in other countries, where you even get into a taxi and the taxi driver the gardeners, from the lowest level to across all the levels of society, everybody needs to own this vision and be able to explain it. Because as I was saying earlier, you find that in other countries, really, really progressive countries, you find that even the taxi driver, as they're picking you from the airport and taking you to your destination, by the time you arrive at your destination, they have fully onboarded you on what their nation is trying to achieve. So important that as the youth of this country, you own this transformation program, you own what this guiding star, which is our true north, is about. What we also did, as I was saying, it's not about the government. It's a program for the nation. We did a call for ideas. We did a call for projects to say, as government, we do not know what needs to be done. We do not have the monopoly of knowing what needs to be done to transform this country. And we needed ideas. We needed yourselves. We needed the whole country. It was a global call, really. It was not just a local call. We made a call across the globe. We made a call across in the region. We made a call even locally across all segments of society to say, we know that as government, we may not have always been ready to facilitate you, or we may have not always done it properly, but now we have reflected and we want to facilitate you. So if you have a transformative idea that you want to implement, and this is an idea that you believe can transform your country, write to us about this idea. We will look at it, and we have a methodology in terms of how we select these ideas so that when we finally went into the labs, we would have heard really from across all sectors of society. We would have heard of what Friends of Botswana are thinking they want to do in Botswana. So it was very interesting because within a space of 5 weeks, we actually got, sorry. It was very interesting because within a space of 5 weeks, we actually got 6,925 submissions that were coming not only from Botswana but even from across. And I think when you look at those numbers themselves, they tell you a story. They tell you that when people look at Botswana, they believe that there are more opportunities in the agri sector. I think that can be inferred. They tell you that people believe that there are more opportunities in the tourism sector. And it was so interesting because what these statistics, raw as they were telling us was actually even what the diagnostic studies had shown us. So I think there was that sort of confirmation of thought. We then went into a two-step filtration process. That is to say, okay, we have 6,925 projects, but if we are going to say we will facilitate all these 6,925, and I must admit that we have become very unpopular for this, but we also wanted to make sure that we are efficient, because if we were going to say we are going to execute all the 6,925, then we would find that at the end of the day we may not even be able to fully execute one. So we needed to be very thorough and very comprehensive in our selection process. What we then did was to do a two-step filtration process, and the first part of the filtration really we considered a number of ideas, a number of steps. One, the potential of this project to contribute to GDP, investment value that is required, job creation potential of the project, inclusivity and innovation, industry and development, and sustainability. And what we also realized was that some of the submissions that we got were actually high-level conceptual ideas, but when you really drill down in terms of how is this really going to be executed, then you realize that it will not make it into the transformation program, because what we need are ideas that, or projects that after this, we are going to execute them so that we get the jobs that we are all looking for. So that was part of how we did the filtration exercise. And we then also went into what we call the labs. For a whole month, we had people walking into the labs day in, day out, people who had traveled from their countries, people who have their own businesses we had, and it was so fulfilling because we also had a lot of people, a lot of young people participating in the economic transformation program. We had a number of projects from young people in the economic transformation program. So for a whole month, we were sitting together in the labs, being all stakeholders from development finance institutions like the World Bank, they made part of those labs. The UNDP, they made part of those labs. Civil society made part of those labs, senior government officials, because we really needed to make sure that in the labs we are having the right conversation. And we had senior government officials, we had private sector coming into the labs. We also had now project owners, project proponents. And because this was a very a new approach that has not been done before, you realize that at the beginning of the labs, there was a bit of some level of discomfort with people thinking, no, I can't be here talking about my project, being grilled and being asked questions about my project and being asked to create a 3-feet implementation plan for my project when there are people in the room who are interested in the same sector who may steal my idea. So at the beginning of the labs, we really had to deal with a lot of showing everybody that this is important, this is how the methodology works, and this is how it has worked in other countries. Because indeed, as I said earlier, Pemandu has been able to usher in transformation in a number of countries, and they've even done work even in the region. I know that as the team that we have, some of them were coming in from Rwanda. So we then, at the end of the 1 month period at the labs, as I was saying, I was actually sharing a statistic the other day that on average, because we did the numbers, on average for that whole month, we had between 250 to 300 lab participants. There was so much commitment. Actually, the energy in this room, the energy of optimism, reminds me of the tangible energy of optimism that we experienced at the labs. You know, as I was saying, that we were very anxious as program coordinators to say, there's going to be a business owner business for a whole month and say, I'm choosing to go into the transformation labs, I'm choosing to go and work on my program, my project, so that by the time it leaves the labs, there is clarity in its implementation for a mang and how does that implementation plan come to life. So that is the work that was then done in the labs. By the time we finished the labs and came out of the labs, we only had 186 projects. And there was obviously people were Obviously, when you went into the labs with a project, you are hoping to finish successfully. But as I said earlier, that it was really important that the number of projects that we come up with are those that we are so sure that we will execute. What we also did, because we needed to be very honest with ourselves and not create unnecessary expectations, was that even within this 186 projects, we had different categories. We have what we call making the most, meaning this project is ready. It needs very minor intervention from government. Sometimes you find that a project, all what it needs is intervention. I'll give you the same example I gave yesterday to say that we had a project in the tourism space. I didn't mean to say that, to tell which space it was in, but we had a project that the project owner had been coming into government offices for a period of 3 to 4 years. All what they needed was change of land use. So you'd see that something so small can actually hold back that amount of investment. So these are the issues that on day to day the transformation team is dealing with, just to make sure that all these 186 projects are actually executed. And as I'm saying, yes, some of them need funding, and we are walking that journey with them to ensure that they find the funding that they need. But some of them don't even need funding. What we have done to ensure that those that need funding get it is that we have actually created a website and made a public a website that everyone across the world can access, and said, as the government of Botswana, we have looked at these 186 projects. We believe in them, and we believe that if they are executed, they will move a needle. It's not everything, but they will move a needle in terms of ushering in a transformation. And by doing that, we are exposing these projects to international investors. And a lot of them are actually beginning to get people from across the world reaching out to have conversations, to say, I'm interested in your project, I'm interested in partnering with you. So that is part of what we are doing to really ensure that they will get the funding that they are looking for and the partnerships that they are looking for. Because a lot of times you may have a brilliant idea, but bringing in someone on board who has actually done this successfully in other places is actually what will truly, truly make you a global. Remember, one of the things that the government wants to create is strong industries. Dr. Timono earlier spoke about how we need to export, and we can only export if we build strong industries across different sectors. So we need big companies that can actually stand on their own, that they can actually partner with international investors. So by building that website, that is part of the thinking process that we were having to say we need to expose them to a greater audience that has the funding that is required, to a greater audience that has the expertise that is required. But I think we continue to take a lot of feedback even as we execute the transformation program. One of the early signals of feedback mechanisms that we have heard from the program is the fact that one, if you look at and I know the VP touched on this in his speech, that if you look at the funding mechanism for architecture for Botswana, if you look at where the biggest portfolio in funding portfolio in a bank is targeted towards, is to the retail sector. It's not to programs like this, it's not to projects like that. So we, very early on, we realized that we're going to need a lot of interventions as the Ministry of Finance. We're going to have to put in a lot of interventions so that we begin to turn that wheel and ensure that, and we realize that we can't do it overnight because we also don't want to shock the markets, but we do realize that we need to begin to put in interventions that would encourage our financial institutions to put in funding into these kind of programs. We have to be very intentional about it. And I'm not in a position to give you more details in this, but I can assure you that we are working on it and we are making sure that we'll come up with the right interventions. The other thing that we have realized is that as excellent as these projects are, sometimes when investors come, they then said, okay, we are interested in partnering with this project, but we need government guarantees. And I must say, government is not going to guarantee purely private sector projects. And it's a message that we have to be very firm with. We will do everything to support, to walk the journey with, but to guarantee a purely private sector project, then it's defeating the whole purpose of saying we want to become a private sector-led economy. So the support will be there. The support in terms of every little detail of where the project need facilitation will be there. The project in terms of exposing it to different international investors will be there. I mean, already the VP has taken the transformation program to London, AFSEC, and as the leadership travels, they are always talking about the economic transformation program, just to make sure that it rings very high in the it remains a high priority in all the interactions that they are doing across. So I think the point that I wanted to make here was that we actually segregated these 186 projects into further categories. I think the first category is making the most, saying this project is almost ready. It needs very minor facilitation. The next category is what we call new opportunities, meaning that we have looked at this project, it has its own 3-feet plan, we are comfortable with this project, but we are realistic. It will not be implemented in the next 6 months or maybe even in a year, because this project needs feasibility studies, it needs some work to be done. So that is how we have then categorized the different projects that we have in the transformation program. That slide is just showing you some of the lab activities, the different conversations that were happening in the labs, bringing together different stakeholders, as I have said. And I think that slide just basically maps for you the two-stage filtration process that I've already explained, the methodology to yourselves. And this slide shows you the true north. The true north that was decided upon by Cabinet is that we want to become a high-income Botswana that is digitally enabled, export-driven and economically diversified, where every citizen is employed, empowered and fulfilled. And it is so important that you capture that you own that you internalize that, and reflect on it in your little corner to say, but what does this really mean for me? How do I contribute to the realization of this true north? Or how does my work contribute to the build-up of this true north? What we also did was to quantify. You can see that this was a very robust exercise. So with each and every one of the projects, as I had shown in the previous slide, you were able to tell the investment value that is of the project that is going to be required. And that is how we're able to even quantify to say over the next 10 years, we are looking to crowd in 514 billion in investments, because each and every one of those projects reflects an investment. And we're even able to quantify in terms of where the jobs were. I think I'll show you a map in the next slide, which actually shows us mapping to say, what do we expect the impact in terms of job creation from this project to be. The next slide is the map that we have mapped to just show where most of these projects are. I think that it is so important that, as we have said, this is a national program, and we have to make sure that it is not only the 186 projects that benefit from being part of the Botswana Economic Transformation Program. And by doing that, we needed to treat these projects as pathfinders, meaning that they are the light, in the sense that a lot of the conversations that happened in the labs were because these projects were being discussed. And as they were being discussed, part of that discussion was also about what legislation is hindering the execution of this project. And part and parcel of the conversations that happened in the labs was a conversation about, but what needs to change in the legislation, in the regulatory reforms? What needs to change in order to allow or to enable this transformation? And that is what this slide is about. Ideally, we should have pushed to get a lot of this approved by Parliament, these changes approved by Parliament. Last year, November, that was our target. We have not succeeded on that. But we are, okay, thank you for the feedback. But we are working with the different ministries. We've written to the different ministries to say, you need to work on your legislative amendments that need to happen in order to allow transformation. So you realize that some of the changes that need to happen in the Ministry of Minerals, some of them need to happen in the Ministry of Agri, some of them need to happen in our own ministry, and across the entire government. Some of them need to happen at healthcare, some of them need to happen in the education space. So we also had that last one, the one about Transport Act, is actually, the Business Botswana actually came very strongly to say, we know that you are saying this is just the beginning and you cannot do everything, but please, 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 we need you to adopt the ASAFTA model law for Transport Act. And it was so interesting because on Friday when we were in Francistown, then a conversation started about how, you know, when trucks come from other countries and move through Botswana, they are not paying anything, but immediately our trucks go to other countries, they are paying something. So I think Business Botswana was very apt in saying this is really one of the areas where you need to look at with as part of the first list of the transformative legislative reforms that you are looking at. I just wanted to quickly take you through, because there are so many slides. As I had said, we had 9 sectors, but maybe let me just use agric as a sample, that under each and every one of the labs, we then, each and every one of the sectors had its own true north. So in the labs, they developed the true north for the sector. They also quantified the changes that they need to see happening. They also then came up with different segments to say, for example, in the agri sector, we have livestock production and processing on one side, and we have projects that are going to fall within that segment. But on the other hand, we have crop production and processing, and we have the different projects that are going to fall on that side. What we also had was what we call enablers. These are not specific projects. I mean, if you take the agri sector, for example, this project would not fall on the livestock production processing, neither would it fall on the crop production processing. So we looked at, but it would be a project that affects almost the entire sector. So we labeled those projects to be what we call enablers. I mean, if you look at the digital agri cooperative, for example, it's about being able to expand the funding for the agri sector for cooperatives through a blockchain technology. And I think this project, if I'm not mistaken, was actually brought into the lab by a young person. And we had a lot of projects being brought in on the technology space, and this speaks to what the VP was saying earlier, that, you know, we know that the what you think about it's not the usual things that, you know, our parents were seeing as opportunities. You are looking in technology, and this really showed itself because a lot of the projects that came into the labs in the technology space were actually coming in from young people. I just want to explain some of the nuances that we picked, especially as and what they mean for young people. It was very interesting because we have, I think, about 3 projects in this sector. I'll not go into details in terms of which projects those are, but what we picked is that there were these projects that were now looking at expanding the value chains and ensuring that the entire value chain of agri, for example, it has different. It's done in such a way that it's not just one company, it's a value chain of companies that are working together. And a lot of them actually have very specific areas where they're saying this will be done by the young people. So there are quite a number of those. I think about 3 of those that are into agriculture-based clustering, are creating outgrower programs, and I think that really speaks about expanding the value chains, and they were very specific to say, but within this project, what we need are going to be young people, because they will need the impact of technology in those projects. And then I think some of the projects, if you go into, I think it's in the manufacturing sector, one of the really big cotton project there is actually a project that is driven by youth enterprise. So we really encountered or engaged with a lot of youth across the transformation program. This is the house chart for the financial services and digitization. This is the house chart for the infrastructure. What you'll begin to see with this house chart is that we have a lot of programs. Maybe something that I did not explain to yourselves is that 60% of the transformation program projects are purely private sector projects, but 40% are government projects, and a lot of those are in the infrastructure sector. What you'll begin to see is that some of these projects here were actually being discussed even when a very long time ago. I am glad I didn't say that, what I had in mind. So some of these have been stuck even across government, because when we did the call for ideas, we actually even reached out to across government to say, we know that even within government, that key strategic projects that have become stuck. So bring them into the labs so that we can also detail them out to the level of detail that will allow them to be executed. So you'll see very big projects here that are across the land space, air, water, and we also are looking into the special economic zones. I think if you look at the land area, we have a lot of rail corridor for trade integration, which is so key. And then we also have strategic roads for trade access. We have expansion of airports, capacity for stronger connectivity and logistics. You find that a project like Maung Airport has been on discussions for a very long time, and I think they have made some progress in terms of previous feasibility studies. So what the BETP Secretariat is going to be doing is to ensure that every day from the Secretariat, one of us is troubling the project owner to say, what do you need? How far are you? What are your next steps? Did you complete your next steps that we agreed the last time? Basically, that level of accountability in driving execution. And what is allowing what continues to allow the BTEP Secretariat's effectiveness is what I said earlier, that it's owned at the highest level in the political leadership. Because everybody knows every week we are submitting the dashboard to the VP and Minister of Finance, who then discusses it with the President. So nobody wants to be the person that are holding back these very significant transformation program or projects. This is what we have within the energy sector. This is what we have within tourism, where I was giving an example earlier to say, one of the projects here really needed such minor facilitation. I think we're almost at the tail end of facilitating that program. What was also very interesting from the labs is that we began to see a lot of co-creation and collaboration. Within this tourism lab, one of the key things that happened is that one project owner had a brilliant idea. The other project owner had huge amounts of land. And they had a discussion amongst themselves to say, okay, I can actually give you sell to you part of my land. So those are the kind of interventions that even within the project owners themselves, we began to see that there was even that level of activity at a project owner level. So at the bottom there for the tourism sector, what we are working on is the visa policy reform, is the tourism marketing to global destination branding, skills and talent pipelines to industry-aligned workforce development. I must also explain that the BETP Secretariat doesn't take away projects from project owners, but we trouble everyone to make sure that everyone is playing their part. So when you see this, you'll then know that our biggest stakeholder to make this happen is mostly the Ministry of Tourism, but also a lot of times the Ministry of Lands, because there's such a strong collaboration or strong closeness between those two ministries. This is what we have within the mining sector. This is what we have within social protection. A lot of discussions were held about programs, government social protection programs that are so many, one and all over, and a lot of discussion was had to say, but how do we make this efficient? And because, you know, on average, the calculations that they did from the labs were actually showing that government spends close to 10 billion in social protection every year. And that is a lot of money that if you are not using efficiently, then it means that you are actually, it's a disservice to the nation. In healthcare, I must also say that there is a lot of rigorous work, rigorous analysis that is ongoing to really make sure that, you know, the interventions that we come up as a country are not like surface level, just painting on top of cracks kind of interventions. So this is the work that is ongoing in the health and education sector. Ke kopa go ya mahaba gaetsho, ke a leboga.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the Senior Policy Advisor of the Ministry of Finance for an exceptional overview of the Botswana Economic Transformation Program. Okay, so now before we begin, or rather before we continue, I'd like to acknowledge all those who are joining us online. You're welcome, and I hope you're tuning in and writing down your comments for when we are heading to the open discussions. So without saying too much, I think one of the key takeaways that I've taken from the BETP presentation is that, like as I mentioned earlier on, the Botswana Economic Transformation Program is the newborn baby that is here to diversify the economy. So it runs through the true north, as she has already said, a high-income Botswana that is digitally enabled, export-driven and economically diversified, where every citizen is employed, including you, the youth, empowered and fulfilled. As she mentioned, it is private sector-led. She talked about how 60% of the projects are private sectors and only 40% are government facilitated. So I think we are looking forward to seeing how you as the youth are going to be incorporated in those projects that make up the 60%. So ladies and gentlemen, now when we're engaging matters of the economy, it is imperative for us to have a collective voice of young people. And with that in mind, it gives me a great pleasure to invite a presentation on the voice of the youth delivered by the Botswana National Youth Council Board Chairperson, Ms. Millicent Sethaile. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome her on stage.
So short. Thank you. That's good. That's good. DJ, nothing yana hela. Honorable Vice President and Minister of Finance, Ndaba Gaolathe. Honorable Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs, Melisego Chombo. Senior government officials, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, distinguished guests, and the most important people in the room, young people, good morning. Yes, good morning. Betsu, I stand here today not as an individual, but as a mouthpiece for young people across Botswana, from young graduates in Gaborone to young farmers in Kalahari, from informal traders in Francistown to creatives, artists, and young people living with disabilities, to those trapped in long-term unemployment and deepening poverty, while not forgetting startups trying to survive month by month. This room, as you see it, is very dynamic, not because young people we are loud, but because we are living inside the consequences of today's economic decisions. Yes, we are younger, we are more adaptive, and yes, most importantly, we have something to teach this room about what economy feels like from below, where policies meet reality but does not meet us and our needs. And we're glad that you are here today to listen, as the Vice President and other speakers who came here has said, that they are here to listen. So please pay utmost attention when the voices of young people speak when it is their time and their opportunity. I speak on behalf of Botswana National Youth Council, a government body that was established to represent and coordinate and advance the interests of young people. BNYC does not deal with assumptions. We deal with lived experiences, gathering from youth organizations that we work with, community consultations that we do frequently, entrepreneurs, students, and job seekers across the country. The message is consistent. Young people are not seeking empathy. Young people are asking for fair structures to be put in place. We are often spoken about
in budget conversations, rarely spoken with. And I believe today is different. And a round of applause for the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of the Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs, and Botswana National Youth Council for having this Youth Pitso today. It shows that dinako di changile. Young people are not spectators in this economy. We're inside it, struggling to build businesses and find decent work, to pay rent, to repay loans, and imagine a future that does not involve in waiting for the government. Allow me to quote one of my favorite heroes, former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, who reminded the world that young people are not beneficiaries of development. They are the agent of it. And that statement alone is not poetic. It's economic truth, betu. When youth fail, the economy contracts. Again, we are supposed to be the working age group, which means that when youth succeed as well, productivity expands. When youth are excluded, instability continues to grow. So today we're not here to plead. We are here to assert, respectively and firmly, that the 2026-2027 budget must not move youth from margins of intention, but to the center of that execution. Because of the Youth Pitso today, let us speak plainly. Botswana is facing a youth unemployment and poverty spiral that cannot be solved by entrepreneurship alone. Youth unemployment remains persistently high, a percentage we now know, unfortunately, by heart. It was shared, above 35%, and significantly higher for young women like myself and young people living with disabilities. For many young people, unemployment is no longer temporary. It has become a chronic. Chronic unemployment produces hunger, depression, loss of dignity, and hopelessness. This is not an economic issue anymore. It is a social and mental health emergency. A state of emergency. BNYC engagements over time has shown young people skipping meals, dropping out of job searches because they just cannot afford transportation or internet, and are returning home with qualifications, but no pathways of employment forward. Thousands of educated young people and capable young people remain idle, not because they are lazy, but because the system continues to exclude us, while leadership often feels distant from the realities facing our communities. Okay, so let me add something that we often don't say enough. The cries of young people in this country translates directly into parents' frustrations, household pressures, and family exhaustion. Across Botswana, parents are carrying adult children, not because they want to, but because there's no alternative. Botswana by maids. Youth unemployment is not only a youth problem anymore, it is a family and community problem. Young people want to work, right? Right? But the economy is not generating enough real dignified jobs. Graduates are circling their CVs, artists are underutilized, innovators are stuck at proof of concept stage. And an economy that cannot absorb its youth is not just inefficient, it's very, very, very fragile. Young people are trained, but not always in the jobs that exist or in the industries we say we want to grow. Last year, Vice President, at the Youth Budget Pitso, there were engagements that showed that graduates are circling through internships with no absorption. TVETs are graduating with access to no equipment or the right market. Young people are forced into informal work and informal economy, not by choice, but necessity. Skills without pathways are broken promises. On the other hand, let me also speak freely and honestly to the young people here in the room and those watching online. Opportunity alone does not transform lives. Engagement does. And a round of applause for all of you who found it very important to be here today. Let me say, where opportunity exists, whether in training, in internship, in public work, in volunteerism, in community programs, and those entry-level placement, young people must step up, move forward, commit, and persist. Complacency is not resistance. Disengagement is not protest. And self-withdrawal deepens exclusion. This is a two-way contract. While government must lead with clarity, resources, and direction, young people must meet opportunities with discipline, effort, and the seriousness it needs. Kiyone social contract. But so there are groups that remain consistently invisible in budget conversation. These are young people living with disabilities, face double exclusion from jobs, from trainings, and from inclusive workplace design. Young people in the arts space, in culture space, and in the creative industries are workers, not just people with hobbies. And yet they operate without protection of laws and policies, no predictable incomes or access to procurement. Idle graduates who did everything right are left waiting indefinitely, eroding the trust in the public institution such as today's government. A budget or strategy plan that does not deliberately include these groups is not inclusive. It is incomplete. Beto, let me just ground you on this reality. A young lady, let's call her Kutlwano, has completed her diploma 3 years ago. She applied for jobs, she has volunteered, she has interned, unpaid. Today, Kutlwano is unemployed, she lives at home, she survives on piece jobs here and there. She told us, "I'm not lazy, I'm just tired." Kutlwano is not asking for a grant. She's asking for a pathway into stable work. Her story is not rare. It is very common, even in this room. Minister Chombo, youth-owned businesses continue to be excluded from meaningful procurement opportunities, despite the 30% youth procurement quota. Look at where we are today. If we were at a free national youth center, imagine how many youth businesses could have benefited from the procurement that were made today. In practice, this target of 30% is not implemented consistently across institutions. Delayed payments remain one of the biggest threats of youth enterprises. When payments are delayed, youth businesses collapse, not because of failure, but because systems stall. This culture cannot be normalized moving forward. Youth entrepreneurship is celebrated in speeches. We've heard it before, but suffocated in practice. Young people continue to tell us funding takes long, requirements are unrealistic, support ends once the check has been issued, with little to no monitoring and evaluation provided. A business cannot grow on encouragement alone. It needs working capital, time, and trust. Policy without implementation is a very, very expensive symbolism. On paper, the policies are there. National Youth Policy, National Youth Employment Strategy, NDP 12. In practice, access does not. And youth feel this gap sharply because it affects survival, not theory. After engaging with youth entrepreneurs yesterday, 2 points that clearly show the scale of impact on youth business owners. Tariffs and government fees are rising faster than startups can absorb. Some tariffs have reportedly increased up to 300%, and key compliance services like food testing doubled with about 3 months, from 2.5 6,000 in October to 5.5 in December. This is just a space of 3 months. For youth SMEs, this is not a cost increase. It means delayed markets entry, reduced production, or stopping a product line altogether. The second thing that came out that was very evident is that development finance is becoming unstable for youth entrepreneurs. Some youth-owned businesses report CEDA monthly installment are rising, and they have risen by 30%, attributed to economic failures. For a startup, that kind of jump can wipe out working capital, forcing choice like missing stock orders, cutting staff, or failing into areas, and it's undermined confidence in DFI funding. These are the engagements of youth enterprises who also may be in this room today. Government has laid substantial and commendable groundwork towards transitioning Botswana into a private sector-led economy, just like the previous presentations that were made by Dr. Timono and Ms. Madala. While outcomes may not be immediate, the foundations are firmly being placed, and results will follow in due course. As Vice President has stated, Botswana cannot rely solely on an economic model anchored largely on diamonds, nor the assumption that government will always be the primary driver of the economic activity. We understand this reality, Mr. Vice President, but we also must confront a very difficult truth. Young people need clarity, not mixed signals. We're told be entrepreneurial, be patient, be resilient, but resilience without reform becomes endurance of dysfunction. The hard truth, Bethu, is that as a country, we often postpone difficult economic choices because they are very uncomfortable. We're complaining about prices, yet resist the short-term adjustment required for long-term stability. That contradiction alone is very costly, and young people feel it first. On behalf of the young people represented here in this room and across the country through the Botswana National Youth Council, we are submitting 5 clear priorities for the 2026-2027 budget. 1, to enforce the 30% youth procurement quota through transparent and reporting accountability. 2, to guarantee prompt payment for youth-owned businesses. 3, to create large-scale job pathways for unemployed youth, not endless internships or volunteerism. 4, to introduce survival and transition support for youth in extreme economic hardships. And 5, which is last but not least, because you're all here to add your view, to design inclusive programs for youth with disabilities, creatives, sports, and rural youth from the word get-go. These are not radical demands, they are practical corrections. Honorable Vice President, you have rightfully called for accelerated economic diversification. You've acknowledged and you have called forth that Botswana's future cannot rely on assumption that the government will always play the primary driver, financier, and customer of economic activity. You've also urged stakeholders to bring forward transformative projects like the one Menaledi has just presented. Projects that build industries, solve real problems, create jobs, and generate export. We agree with you, and we absolutely stand with you. But transformation requires more than belief as well. It requires trust, resources, execution, which was promised at the previous Youth Pitso. Let me close with this reminder, Bethu. Influence without empathy is ego, but influence with empathy is legacy. A legacy, I believe, that leaders who are here today and in today's government want to leave behind once their time comes to an end. We are speaking of empathy, and we want to see empathy in budgeting that understands what it feels like to be young, to be unemployed, to be educated, to be hungry, and most importantly, to be uncertain, all at once. If we do not invest in youth skills, funding youth development, skills, those jobs, and survival now, we will pay for it later. Not just in lost opportunities, but in a lot of instability. Let the upcoming budget trust youth to work with real resources, not just with words. We're not too young, you can see by Lesego Chombo, to lead. We're not unprepared. We're not asking for shortcuts. We are asking to build Botswana with you. Honorable Vice President and Minister of Finance, we urge you to start locally and practically. We do not want you to only solve global issues first, but we're asking you to begin in this room, to begin in the city, and to begin with us. We're looking forward to carrying the vision because we as young people are the visionaries. So please, help us so we help you. And in return, we help ourselves and we help our country. I thank you. Ke a leboga.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a fully fleshed representation of what the essence of the youth is. So a round of applause again for that. I think
Indeed, ke Mabanana o le emetse as chairperson of Botswana National Youth Council. And it's exciting to see this kind of opinion. We are yet to hear other opinions about how we can do and collectively build this country as young people of Botswana. Going forward, we're going to be jumping into our discussions throughout the day. And this is how we're going to be doing the Q&A, Lady Solution, we are welcoming them. We're going to be having a roving mic. They'll be roving around to take those opinions and questions. You are limited to 90 seconds to ask the question or the opinion. The first round will take 4 questions so that we also have a platform online, Slido. We have a link here. So you can throw in the questions here, and we will read the questions this side so that the questions they are captured clearly. So we are welcoming those Q&As. Let's wait for a moment. Remember that also we have other people joining us online. We are not only physical here, so we have online audience. They'll post some of the questions. Okay. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as my co-host just mentioned, and also to emphasize that today we want to hear your voices. Basically, we want you to give us a result-driven solutions. What can be done? What do you think must be done? We want to hear your solutions. That could be, what do you think must change for the youth challenges to be curbed? You know, bring us a more solution-drive results, answers. So thank you so much. We can start.
In order to balance the questions, I think we can take the I think we're seated in different groups, Yana, so we'll go from this side, go in that side, and going back. I think it's a little bit easier that way. So we can take any hand. Please stand up, say out your name, and suggest any solutions or any other thing.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ndaba. I'm an economic student at UB. So let me adopt the protocol that has been established. Bareso, we have an elephant in the room, which is youth unemployment. And in this budget, I can say the budget is growth-oriented. And the changes that I wish to see in this budget is to say, let this budget be a job creation oriented. I would like to acknowledge the fact that this budget's key priority is to reduce dependence on government and public sector in terms of addressing the issue of unemployment and shift it to the private sector, or to have a private sector-led economy. As reading the budget, I am troubled by an assumption that the growth of the private sector will directly translate to solving the issue of unemployment. But the facts are, the private sector in our country, it is risk-averse and very weak to do that. And then, and also, a lot of sectors in here, they're very capital-intensive. They're not labor-intensive. They cannot solve our issue of unemployment. The budget states that it will be focusing on TVET and STEM and digital skills, but it ignores whether the firms are hiring, whether the wages are competitive, or whether the youth can start businesses without bureaucratic barriers. And this creates a skills without job paradox.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
So now, going to my question, I would like to pose a question to the Minister of Finance, which is also the Vice President, to say that, Honorable Minister, given that youth unemployment stands at over 38%, and acknowledging that Botswana's current growth model remains capital intensive and heavily reliant on diamonds and public sector, how does the government intend to move beyond skills development, entrepreneurship rhetoric, to implement concrete large-scale labor market and industrial policies that directly create sustainable labor-intensive for the youth? Furthermore, what measurable target and fiscal...
Thank you.
Let me finish.
Can I say, let's keep it to 90 seconds so that we allow the others to also ask questions.
Okay, 2 sentences.
Yes, please finish up.
So furthermore, what measurable targets and physical commitments has the government set to ensure that the private-led growth translates into actual youth employment rather than the jobless economic transformation?
Thank you, sir. We will take the second question from this crowd.
Bagetso dumelang. Ka lebitso ke bitswa Gote Junior Mosimane Khomo. So I have 2 questions with me that are directed to the Minister of Finance, who is also the Vice President, and the Minister of Youth. Given the persistent challenges facing Botswana youth, I'm talking of challenges like rising unemployment, substance abuse, mental health distress, high school dropouts rates, and social dislocation. Many of which these issues are addressed by youth-led or non-profitable organizations operating at grassroots level with limited or no state support. How does the government justify the continued marginal allocation of public funds to such organizations, despite their proven proximity, trust, and impact within communities? Furthermore, how do your respective ministries intend to align policy and fiscal planning to ensure that youth-led non-profitable organizations are treated as ad hoc beneficiaries but are formally recognized, sustainably financed, and integrated as strategic partners in national development, particularly in the budget 2026 and beyond? Thank you.
We can move to the other crowd.
Dumelang. My name is Metarale Fatsana. And I would first of all like to take this time to thank God for offering me the opportunity to make this my country a better place. Ke kopa go dumedisa the Honorable Vice President and the love of my life, Lesego Chombo. I love you, and you know that. Yes. I have a platform on TikTok called SMME Growth Zone. The aim of my TikTok channel is to tell the people what the government is doing so that they can take advantage of it in their businesses and in their personal lives. I've been doing this for the past 2 years. You have seen me speak about Bono National Housing Scheme, Chema, NACB Council, or Botswana Grant, budget speech. Even yesterday I was there at the budget speech. My question said that I asked you, same time, same place last year. What is the government of Botswana doing to make sure that they take advantage of social media, specifically TikTok, to make sure that all these beautiful things that we are saying here today can reach where they need to reach? Question number 2, as I ask it, I would like to, all the people who have ever met me and told me their dreams and their projects, just stand up. I want to on your behalf. I have seen 17 people in this room who I've personally met. They told me their dreams. I've contributed in their visions, you know yourselves. Currently, we have a program, a campaign that is called Relay Our Story. The campaign aims at training 100 young people in Botswana to do digital marketing properly, because we want to stimulate the content creator economy of this nation. We have been doing this campaign for the past 18 months, research and everything. Last year I met 6 ministers, 1 permanent secretary, 3 heads of parastatals. Just this morning, Kisoko Police, because a government official reported me, and the police officer told me that I am placed under arrest. I arrived there at 9:20. I'm just coming from the police as I speak. What is the government of Botswana doing to make sure that as the world is coming here for the world relays, this nation is ready? I want to say one last thing. I'm tired.
Thank you. We can get somebody from this side of the crowd. Yes, I think as the last person before we get the answers also.
Are dumeleng botsadi bo botlotlegang. Ka leina ke Botho Sejwe, and I'm a student in Aviation Academy Flight Mission. So I have a question and a suggestion, and my question is, re na le mathata a reng o batla tiro, then they need work experience. O hetsa skolo gompieno yana o bo gote re batla 5 years experience. How is the government going to help us on that? Because to me, a company or re tshwanetse re thusiwe to gain that experience re ntse re bereka. E seng gore gote go batliwa 5 years experience e le gone o hetsa school. Then the suggestion is that I'm an aviation student, so a suggestion is that why don't we bring private sectors or private entities to run academies in Botswana, or of pilot, there are schools are pilot in Botswana, to run those kind of academies, because the aviation industry is one industry where it can create a lot of jobs, because we have pilots, ATZ, maintenance technicians, the airport security. So there can be a lot of jobs. Why don't we bring private entities to come run academies in Botswana? Then one last thing is that we have the A1, we have the Trans-Kalahari Highway. So it's one thing that can bring money, because our kabala dikolo is a hetang one hali motsilenge. If there was going to be the toll gate, it can bring like income into the country's accounts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're taking our questions in 4 batches so that they're able to be addressed as they come. We will get, for these questions to be answered, then we will take another round if possible. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Oh, please be seated. I promised you that I'm here and we are here to listen to you. I will not answer your questions. I will engage in a conversation with you. We are here to have a conversation. Rejadi Khan. There is a young gentleman, Remusima. He talks about marginal allocations, especially to non-profit making youth organizations. Ke batla go ja dikgang about what we call and what I call the funding ecosystem for small-scale industries. Funding ecosystem for small-scale industries. As a country, the starting point, our starting point is that we must accept and we must admit that we do not have the kind of ecosystem for the funding of small-scale industries that can empower and that can, in a robust way, fund young people. We do not have that ecosystem, and I want to explain what I mean by that. And I want us to see that we don't have this ecosystem, and I want you to see what needs to be done to build this ecosystem and what role you can play in building this ecosystem and what role government of Botswana can play in building this ecosystem and what the government of Botswana has started doing. Our model of funding SMEs has been based on the fact that Botswana for many decades was a cash awash. There was a lot of money. Do you know that? And as a result, whenever we had a problem and whenever we had ambition, what did we do? We threw money at that ambition. We threw money at that problem. We established CEDA, Citizen Entrepreneurial Development Agency. We established the Botswana Development Corporation. We established Youth Fund. We established so many other institutions and programs to fund SMEs. And in establishing that, we had one size fits all. It doesn't matter whether you are a creative sector, we throw you a loan. 5 years, payback every month. Whether you are in the property sector, we throw you a loan. Whether you are a startup, we throw you a loan. Whether you are expansion stage, we throw you a loan. That is the wrong ecosystem. That ecosystem cannot build enterprises. That ecosystem cannot build young businesses. That ecosystem cannot build non-profit making organization. So what do we mean we need to change this and how do we need to do it? First of all, there are different types of businesses in life, in any economy. There are businesses that are creatives. Creatives, like Nicole. Nicole, where is she? She left. A creative business cannot pay a monthly principal. They cannot pay a loan every month. No ways. A software developer cannot pay a monthly loan. No ways. Because the creative gig comes ka boipuso, it comes ka Christmas, it comes ka weddings. And weddings normally are in the spring season, in the summer, in September, in December. They do nothing during the year for 9 months. Where are they going to get money to pay a monthly loan? This means that you need a special intervention for a creative sector. You need a special intervention for a technology sector because of the type of business. Property business, yes, they can pay a loan every month because the tenants, they pay the rent every month. And that particular type of business, the type of intervention you need is a loan intervention. So first of all, we need to create an ecosystem that takes into account the type of sector. We need a different intervention for creative sector. We need a different intervention for property. We need different intervention for software development, technology, and so forth. So our ecosystem should start first by recognizing we need different interventions for different type of sectors. We also need to embrace the fact that different businesses are in their different stages of their evolution. Most youth businesses are startup phases and experimental phases. They are still testing their software programs. They are still experimenting. It means that while they are experimenting, they need a very different type of intervention than a business that has been existing for the last 3 years, for the last 5 years, which is looking to expand. A business that has been existing the last few years, it's been doing well, it's been operating only in the local market, and it wants to export. So we also need to build an ecosystem that takes into account that businesses are in the different stages of their development. We need to take into consideration there are businesses like Boma CAP. I want to give you an example. You'd have Ma CAP, Unzapa, and they cook mighty well. So well that they have internalized the activity calendar. They know for zebras, it's Hamika what month. They know for a show, International Trade Fair, Ealing, and therefore they will be there. They know for ma politika sumulaho campaign ling, and they will be there. They have internalized this system. We do not have an ecosystem that recognizes horebo masape, lebo rasape se. They know their art, they cook well. There is no system that recognizes that they need to be taken to a higher level. We need something like a research and development, a process where their cooking can be documented so that it can be franchised, so that it can be franchised in France, in Japan. We don't have that ecosystem. We don't have an ecosystem where we put them together and facilitate them and train them, put them in a program so they learn to come together, to do things together and work as a group. Teach them how to partner, teach them how to source funding. So we have this ecosystem that is archaic, that is old-fashioned, that does not take into account our new realities. And we think that things can change. Things cannot change until and unless we change the ecosystem so that it can facilitate this change. This is not theoretical. You won't read it in the textbooks. It is pragmatic. They are case studies. They are countries that are doing it now. And I want to share it a little bit about some of these countries that are doing it now. One of the countries that is doing it now, that recognizes that there are different stages of development. There are startups, there are experimentals, there are expansions, that recognizes is Georgia in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, in Georgia, they recognize that many of their young people are very good at technology, very good at software development. And they know that they can't give them loans. It won't help anything. They know that they can't lend them money. It won't help. It won't develop the technology sector. What do? They've developed a criteria. If there are 1,000 software developers, they've developed a criteria to identify those who hold the most promise, based on what they have been experimenting on, based on what they are proposing. And out of those 1,000, they may decide per year to start with maybe 100 or 200. And once they have identified them, they don't ask them to fill a CEDA form. They don't ask them to apply for a loan. Once they have been identified, all 100 of them, they undergo a program, short-term program, 6 months program, 1 year program, 3 months program. What does this program do? It exposes them to industry that are already doing things. It exposes them to professors who can take their ideas to the next level. It exposes them to facilities so that they can take their ideas to the next level. And after that program, whether it's 3 months or 6 months or 1 year, after that program, they don't apply for a loan. Why? Because they have gone through the mill, they have been trained, they have developed their ideas, they are given grants because they are still startups. Grants, free grants, but free grants not based on freebies. Free grants based on the fact that you have a great idea. Free grants based on the fact that you have allowed yourself to be guided to perfect your ideas, to know exactly the path for the next level. And they are given these grants. Many of these companies become successful. They go on to the next stage. The next stage, once they have entered the market, they have begun to demonstrate, they've given solutions to some of the industries, they're beginning to make some pocket money. They don't qualify for grants anymore because they are up and running. They have shown that they can do it. Now they are ready for the next stage. The next stage can be in the form of both loans and equity from venture funds, from special funds. So that is an intervention for a particular type of sector, for a particular stage of the business development. What does Botswana need to do? We need to change our ecosystem, and that is what we have started to do, and this is what we must do together. Botswana cannot continue with loans and a one-size-fits-all for everything. We need to have special programs for technology. We need to have special programs for the creatives. How much work have we done towards this? We have already involved some expertise. The World Bank has already completed a study that has shown, or as you have said, you have no land, you have no collateral. Our ecosystem needs to take into account that many of our young people have no collateral. There are interventions that we are organizing ourselves to put in place. And one of them is the country, we need to build an asset registry, a mechanism that will help us to be able to fund businesses and have mechanisms to fund businesses that do not have collateral, but that know what they are doing, that have gone through. So I agree with you. We agree with each other. Let us agree that the ecosystem that we have in Botswana is inadequate to build businesses. Let's agree on that. It's inadequate, particularly to build youth businesses. Let us agree to rebuild our ecosystem for funding SMEs. And let us agree that this needs to be done quickly. It needs to be done within this year. It will be ready next year, and you need to be involved in that process. And that process, you will know about it, and you'll be able to have input in it like you are having now. So we have agreed as young people that our ecosystem cannot work. We need to completely overhaul it, and we will overhaul it with everyone's input. Madam, Miss Mehla, can you stand up, Miss Mehla? Thank you. Please sit down. I'm aware of your good work, and I am actually moved by the work that you do and by your words today. I am moved by your commitment to your country. I'm moved by your passion. I am moved by your patriotism. And I'm moved by your words, your confession that you are tired. Because many young people are tired. And your words have moved me. And as I say, I'm here to have a conversation with you, not to answer your question. And I want to have, to converse around what you have just said. You know, the world has moved so rapidly in recent times. I remember when I was at Lesedi Primary School, just to show you how much the world has moved. I had an uncle who was one of the first people to study computer science in Botswana. He was studying computer science in Canada. In fact, many of my classmates, when I told them I have this cool uncle, I had never seen my uncle because all my life I had been told I have this cool uncle, he's studying in Canada. He had achieved one of the best results in Botswana. He's studying computer science. My classmates did not believe that motho hela o ka nna le rangwane a ira computer science. It was too big a dream. So big that nobody would believe you. And, you know, my uncle, throughout our lives, we've always believed with my siblings that we have an uncle who's so much ahead of his time. And he is. And he was throughout. Now, I believe you are one of the people who are ahead of her time. when you look at the current government system, the whole system, the way it's configured, the way it's built, the way the departments are built, that even the titles, permanent secretary is very much an English concept. Directors, very much an English concept. Very much a concept from the old way of building an institution. And the way the government system has been built, it was built for the problems of the 70s and the 80s. The government has not changed with the changed world. You have a youthful population, young people who understand AI, who understand TikTok, who understand digitalization, who understand the things that most of our current leaders across the system don't understand. And when young people say, we can actually do this as Botswana, these officers, directors, and the way the system has been built, the capacity the system has, the capabilities the system has, is actually behind its own young people. And the system is built for 1970s and 1980s problems, so much so that sometimes when young people say it is possible to do this and that, the system actually is surprised. Oh. And sometimes the system doesn't even know what needs to be done. Back to Georgia. Georgia has about 600 government services. And these 600 government services that government provides, online, physically, a lot of the applications were actually developed by their own young people and their own developers, literally. In Georgia, there's nothing like I'm going to transport, go BSB, to go and apply for a driver's license. I'm going to Home Affairs. There's only one place. It's called the Mushroom House. Everybody goes there. You apply for everything, one place. And all these 600, 500 services developed by our own people. One of the things that Ms. Naledi here did not have the time to explain is that the digitalization ecosystem, the digitalization framework that is being developed now, which digitalization framework will create platforms where apps would be put in the government service. Government would be able to provide government services the way we have been doing it in the past. Some ministry, will do its own thing. Some ministry, we have such a fragmented system. So what the new Botswana now is trying to do is to have one cohesive platform. And this one platform, once done properly, we have the likes of the Botswana Digital Innovation Hub that actually has a database and has young people who, if coordinated properly, can develop systems for this government without the government needing to hire all these companies around the world. But the way we are structured as government is old-fashioned, it's archaic, and you are saying we need to change that. And you need to help this government which is built to solve problems of the 80s and the 70s. You need to help it. You need to show it. You need to pull it by the jacket that we have what it takes to actually develop these apps. So these conversations with the Innovation Hub, with these conversations with the Youth Ministry, these conversations with the Communications and Technology, they've already started. And I know we have an internal workshop around that. So we agree with you as young people that it is tiring. It is absolutely tiring. And when you say that you are fatigued, you are tired, I know, but I want to say to you, this country depends so much on yourselves. We cannot afford you to be fatigued. We cannot afford you to be fatigued. We cannot afford for you to be tired. We need you to keep going for the sake of this country, for your sake, and for the sake of generations that come after us. Re Gadzano, economics students. This conversation is that there are many assumptions being made. There are assumptions that the private sector necessarily will be the one with the ability, with the capacity, with the capabilities to create jobs. And he says that no. Why should we make those kind of assumptions? He says that there are facts that we as a government system are ignoring, including facts such as some of those private sector companies would not even be willing to remunerate those who work for those companies. This is his conversation. He says that where are the measurable targets? Where are they? And if they are not there, how do we monitor our progress? He's in conversation. So I want Hojadi Khan. If there's a one thing we all agree on, as Botswana, are the facts that everyone has now planted in their hearts. The high rates of unemployment, particularly among young people, particularly among people living with disabilities. The facts are there. They are on the table. The real question, the facts that we need to create jobs, the real question is how? How? And I'll put it to you that a government that no longer has diamond revenues, a government that was built and whose systems and whose capacity and capabilities are to solve problems of the 80s and the 90s, I put it to you that that government cannot build industry as a government. You cannot convince me that the directors who have been playing the role of administration in a government can build a power station that generates 5.5 gigawatts using new technologies You cannot convince me that that government can do that. Absolutely not. It cannot be the case. The great engineers, the innovators, the people who have the systems to build those power stations are not in government. They are not in government. What this government can do, what it needs to do, what we all need to do, is how do we facilitate those who can build industry to build it. I want to give you one specific example of what we mean. We agree on everything. The issue is how do we do it? But I want to give you one illustration of how the slightest misstep can destroy tens and thousands of jobs. The slightest lack of doing the smallest things can deny us from tens and thousands of jobs. There have been companies with the technology that have done it, that build power stations, that want to build a power station that generates more than 5.5 gigawatts of power. Botswana doesn't need 5.5 gigawatts of power. We only use about 600 megawatts of power. But there's a company that has been knocking at our doors. We want to build this thing. And we don't need anything from you as government of Botswana. We don't need anything from you because all the power we want to produce, we want to export it. We don't need anything from you. We just need a little bit of facilitation. We need a bit of land. We need maybe a power purchase agreement of 100 megawatts just to oil the systems, to get the engines going. But otherwise, we don't need. We have the funding, we have everything. And what do we do as a government? We dilly-dally. Pillar to post, pillar to post, pillar to post. Do you know? One mega project producing 5.5 gigawatts. Do you know how many jobs it will create? Do you know how much foreign exchange it will bring to this country? Do you know how much it will build to our foreign reserves? Huge numbers. Some of those numbers bigger than our diamond numbers. But the only thing that's stopping the country from getting that off the ground, pillar to post, nothing. You don't need anything special to get this thing off the ground. Absolutely nothing. You just need a few, the government removing small barriers. And this is an example. You're talking about the questions you asked me last year. This is an example of a few barriers that we are removing through the BTP process. And we are saying, and Reboko always says this, him and I are pushing the whole government system for a calm rain or sunshine. This 5.5 gigawatts of power generation, we want boots on the ground by the 1st of April. So for the country to take off, you don't need rocket science. You don't need rocket documents. You just need us to do the basics. You just need the government, the processes to get things going. You don't need huge documents and no. You need the basics. And this is what we need to commit to. And this is what the young people are saying. That they are tired. They're tired of this pillar to post. They're tired. They want to see boots on the ground. And we are hearing you. And let us agree that our system is tiring. Let us agree. Let us work together to transition our government system, to transition our capacity, to transition our capabilities from those of being for problems of the 80s and 90s to those of being that are responsive to the youth. The youth is ahead of his own government system. So we need to find a way to shake the system, shake it, so that the government takes its place of being ahead of his own youth, not the youth being ahead of his own government. We cannot change the country if the government is too far behind its young people. When its young people know and understand what needs to be done, and the government is set up in a way and is not metamorphosizing itself. So we are agreed with what you are saying. We are not defending the government. We are not defending anything. We are agreeing with you and we are listening to you, and we look forward to working with you so that we get these things done. There is a study done that I would like every young person. I don't know if it's public, I hope it's public. There's a study done by Diamonds for Development. My favorite study on the opportunities that are available for Botswana to seize, to diversify. It's not an abstract study. It is very clear about where the opportunities are. It's very clear about the manufacture of batteries. It's very clear about how we are underutilizing our soda ash and how it needs to be beneficiated and what can be done, the specific steps. And indeed, in the BETP, there are specific projects towards beneficiation of soda ash. And there is so much potential that this country has, but to unleash that potential is not rocket science. It's the government system, is the people of Botswana being able to work together to get the basics right. I'm not answering your questions. I'm just having a conversation with yourselves because you have been conversing with us. You are showing us. And Rebutu, in his conversation, says, look, I was trained a pilot, and it is very clear that our system is built in a way where young people, once you have the certification, you know, you are told that you don't have the experience. But again, it talks about our system. That's the psyche, that's the mindset of our system. It's built in a way to solve the problems of the 90s and the 80s. Our education system in the past, in the 70s and in the 80s, do you know what we needed? We needed administrators who can be hired to become officers in the government service because it was a relatively new government that was manned by expatriates with degrees, BAs, BComs, B Economics. expatriates who had arts degrees, who could administer, who could write well, could speak good English. That's what the government needed in the 80s, and probably even in the 90s. But guess what? We never changed with the times. We still have a system that believes in creating and churning social scientists who can administer in government. Our systems has not changed to expose our young people to practical realities while they're still in school, not at university, in high school. A system for the modern times must begin to expose its own young people to the practice of industry, the practice of enterprise while they are still in school, so that by the time they graduate, they know exactly where they're going. They are more experienced than even the people that are trying to hire them. So we agree, the young people agree, that the system is archaic. The education system and the education mindset needs to be overhauled. The way we hire, even the way we think about careers. Let me just share something about careers and the mindset and how this needs to shift. A young person growing up in Botswana or in Africa, they are asked, what do you want to be? They will say what they want to be. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a great CEO. I want to be a great leader, a politician. And their assumption is, because I want to be a great business leader, great CEO, I need to study business administration. Because I want to be a leader in a political setup, then I need to study political science. No. This mindset is an archaic, old-fashioned mindset. Absolutely old-fashioned. When you look at history, the best leaders, or maybe not the best, the most accomplished political leaders are not leaders who studied political science necessarily. They are mostly leaders perhaps who studied law or history. The best CEOs anywhere in the world are not those who studied business administration. And I have a small sample for you here. And Andrea Zhang, the CEO of Avon, did not study business administration. She studied English literature. Michael Eisner, CEO of Walt Disney. I'm just giving you a sample of businesses that I know you know, some of the largest businesses. Michael Eisner did not study business administration. He studied English literature and theater. Carly Fiona, the former CEO of one of the largest technology companies, Hewlett-Packard, did not study computer science or technology. She studied medieval history. Can you imagine? And philosophy. Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, studied history and literature. You must not tie who you want to be and where you want to be necessarily with what you must study. You must not allow people to put you in a box and say, because she studied history, she cannot become a business CEO, she cannot become president of the country. You must not allow people to put you in a box. What should define where you end up, what should define what you become, should be your own dream and your willingness to build the knowledge base you need and your willingness to build and nourish your character and your willingness to work with others. Not where people box you up. No, she's a or he's a nerd. They can't do this. Don't allow that. Don't allow anybody to put you in a box. So I'm going to stop here for now so that you continue with your conversations and we all continue with the conversations.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the open discussion, I'd like to remind you that this is an opportunity for you to also give your ideas and suggestions and what needs to be done or what needs to be executed so that you can benefit. So as we continue, before we go to the crowd, I would like to also attend to those who have sent in their questions online. We have Laone Lehwale, who's asking, what is the government doing to ensure accountability? And the suggestions are, invest in branding to counter negative publicity. And number 2, reduce chain of command processes. Another question from an anonymous sender is, for 58 years, it has been normal for every program to be funded. If government is to do away with this, at least establish a national youth parliament for young people. And then our last question is that the budget strategy paper showed the lowest GIA ever. What are we doing to improve this? Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we can now go to the crowd. I see a hand there.
Hello? Okay. Hi. My name is, good afternoon. My name is Sonata Chabanga. I'm a business strategist / activist. So my question is, as much as we talked about the ecosystem and how it needs to be developed, I wanted to ask, the minister talked about removing barriers for easy investment. I wanted to ask what mechanisms will be put in place to protect the people and the environment that these investments will be done. How are we gonna protect the people living in the different environments, and how are we also gonna protect the environment as well? Thank you. The rules and regulations that will be put in place to address this. Thank you.
Okay, now we can move on to another row. I think we should also... I see a hand at the far back there.
Hello. I am Mia from Tebe Primary School, Standard 6 students. Rona school buildings are poor. No furniture. Other children ba kwalla mo diropeng mme re le mo gaborone. Shortage of food in most of the children are from families where food is a problem because our parents are not working. Books, nothing to use. Thank you.
Dumela mbotsadi. Ke bidiwa Thapelo Malani. Ke monana wa mona le bogole bogole jwa ka le botho ka pono. Ke tarata go dumedisa botsadi botho bo totegang le mothusa tautona. Ga me ke kopo ya me ke gore re lebana le bogole ra lela. Se se teng ke gore ile bagodi ba hiwa madi a kana ka 800 pula. Rona kana go ne re tsamaya mo go 700 ile disability grant. So ile ba kharamelediwa go 1.4. Rona e re sala mo go 700 yaanong kopo ya rona ke gore ne re kopa gore mo budgeting ye le re akanyetse botsadi ba rona ka gore konte kwa go thata bangwe ka rona o ithela ba na le di caregivera ka gore ha o nna le motho ga go tlhokomela ga go sena mo e leng gore a ka se go bata tiro konte a lebile wena hela 700 pula ha kgone go le sustaina diemo ka gore le nna gore ke tswe ha ke go ke nnang teng I need 100 pula go tswa mo lapeng hela le go boa ke sa ba le go ja ke sa ba le sepe ka bokhutshwane a kalo mogolo ra sokola konte mogolo ne re kopa gore le re akanyetse.
Thank you for that question. We will take one other question from this crowd, followed by the other one.
Dumela. Ke bidiwa Leseding Photwe. I am a filmmaker and festival director of the Bantu Film Festival. I was a bit concerned in the morning ke bona go sa tsengwa anything on the cultural and creative industry, but more concerned go bona presentation ya ga Menaledi go na le just one project submitted under the creative economy. And ke leboge the VP for employing us gore re tswe ka di solution and also special interventions towards what can be done. Ke suggest gore we as filmmakers, as the creative economy, re la thata ka funding. Can we have a cultural creative industry development fund? Ye leng gore would speak to our industry, ye leng gore would speak to our challenges that we experiencing. We already have the technical levy fund. We already have the alcohol levy fund that can be managed under the CCI development fund that I'm proposing. And also we can have global partners such as Afrexim Bank. I know the VP/Minister of Finance knows about Afrexim Bank. It has done programs, they speak to the cultural creative economy. Can be global partners to ensure gore rona re le Botswana creatives, we can be globally competitive and ready to compete with the global market. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. I think we can take somebody from this side.
Yes. Dumelang. My name is Tinaya Mabara. I'm representing Green Africa Youth Organization and the Youth Climate Council. So today I'm sharing the views of young people nationwide that were collected over the past week in preparation for this engagement, speaking to climate change. So currently it is our observation that tackling climate change is very fragmented. It's a very fragmented mandate within our government. We have observed locally and internationally the limitations in real time. We recommend budget considerations for the establishment of a dedicated high-level national climate change authority. This institution must be positioned under the office of the president as an example to effectively centralize climate finance, enhance and enforce climate resilient mandates across all government sectors. And then our top priorities for investment are green skills development and youth employment, climate smart agriculture, food security, and lastly, renewable energy and energy transition. In regarding to funding and mechanisms, we recommend ring fencing budget allocations for youth-led climate initiatives as as extremely important. The highest priority funding mechanisms for youth green entrepreneurs should be green startup grants. And then lastly, my own take is that the BNYC chair, Millie Rock, she gave us a very real story about Kutlwano. And UNICEF Botswana recently reported that the learning poverty is higher in boys than in girls here in Botswana at 51.5%. And so I would like to also submit that we've also noticed in our programming that young women are more likely to apply more than young men. So we want the budget to also reflect and not marginalize the boy child. Thank you.
Yes, let us also check. There are other people who are online that probably wants to ask questions. I heard there's somebody who wants to ask a question who's joining virtually. So I think we can give them a chance before we go on. And I would suggest also to probably move the mics also a little bit up front because we've been taking the questions at the back. So anybody online? Atang Maikano. Atang and Maikano. Atang, you can go ahead. Atang, you can go ahead. Atang, you can go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Atang. Maikano, you can go ahead. Mike, we're listening. You can go ahead.
What I have is not a question, but it's viewed as maybe a suggestion. I have a few suggestions. First of all, looking at Botswana and its location, I feel like Botswana has the potential of being a global city. We can allow, you look at countries and cities such as the UAE and how they're handling their businesses, allowing foreign investors to come and operate businesses, even though they don't have to physically start it up there. They reduce harsh tax laws. They also allow foreign investors to fully invest in certain infrastructure. You understand what I'm talking about? And this puts us in a position to allow foreigners to see Botswana and view Botswana as a city, regardless, as a city instead of a global city that they can come and do business. It's just like saying Botswana is the Gaborone of the world, where so they can go to Gaborone and do their business. We allow investors to look at Botswana as a city, as a CBD of the world. Number two, government government ha ka kgona gore thusa as banana ka di-grant anymore kana o tla leka kwa lekang teng. The private banks, micro lenders, the interest rates di ko godimo. Maybe if ba ka ira agreement or they can help you to start certain things at the interest rate and le banana ba bone gore monana ha simola business ba bona gore payment plan e ka mo berekela. I mean, that could help the government also, I believe. I don't know. The re kopa gore banana ba rotloediwe gore ba kgone go tsena mo di-positioneng tse di tshwanang le tsa bo VDC, where they can engage in decision-making processes tsa metse, gore ba ire di-business mo metseng tse e leng gore di ka godisa metse, and so forth. Thank you, guys. I actually typed this. I didn't expect to speak, so mind the nervousness.
Thank you so much, Maikano. We will take another questions from that side, going this side. Oh,
Right. Dumelang. All protocol observed. Mr. Vice President, I like what you said about Georgia, but before I go there, according to the US data, out of 100 businesses started every year or in 10 years, only 35% of those small businesses, 35% of those small businesses survive, and 65% of those small businesses die. And they don't die because of lack of funding. Most of them, they die because of lack of skills. I think maybe in more budgeting, we should allocate a certain portion towards entrepreneurship development programs that and partner with private incubation hubs that we are able to bridge that gap, your lack of skills. That's why Urleko, Georgia, after they identify the small business, whether the innovation sector, in whatever sector, they go through an incubation program, 3 months, 6 months, or a year. So we need that also more Botswana, because bunti wana ko dikgwebo di swa e se kgang ya gore ha gona madi, but ele kgang ya gore monana 100,000 to 500,000 or a million a tsena ga itse gore a ka mo dirisa yang, a ka allocate this to what, a ka dira this yang, because they have never been trained for that. So we need that. Secondly, I think we need now to re-look or assess certain organizations, particularly the parastatal. Let's say a certain parastatal innovation, like for example, like Botswana Innovation Hub. This type of organizations, why am I saying this? Because we put people by they don't understand innovation at the forefront. And we want them to be able to push mandate to our government. We want technology and innovation being one of the main contributors to economy at heart. Yet we have people who understand nothing about innovation, who understand nothing about technology. I think it's high time we put people there who understand what innovation is, who understand what technology is, who understand entrepreneurship entirely, the entire ecosystem of entrepreneurship. Even when it comes to funding, Zabo, YDF, we need people there who understand, somebody who has been an entrepreneur, who is able to assess these applications, not according to what they think, but according to what they know, because they have been an entrepreneur and they understand the entire ecosystem of running a business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. By the name, I'm Masaro Busmani. I'm a young entrepreneur, United Nations Conference and Trade and Development Youth Coordinator for Botswana. My question, actually my contribution is to say, Mr. VP and Minister Chombo, we are with you, we understand the current state, and you actually have our buy-in. And we propose to say, for this transition to actually succeed, it must be supported by an enable ecosystem. You already highlighted on the funding part, but there are so many other factors that we need to look into. I did see on the BTAP where there are other policies that need to be reconstructed and revalued. And I'm saying, let us ensure that this transition is supported by an enabling entrepreneurial environment. This includes accessible and subsidized government services, reliable digital infrastructure, and mentorship. And when we talk about transitioning into a digital economy, we are still very much worried with data protection, data privacy, because at this present moment, we can still be receiving calls of scammers, fraudsters who still have access to personal data. There's so much of loopholes when we talk about our data on the internet, particularly even through the CIPA platform. platform where you can actually get into the platform and access people's personal IDs. Equally important is the need for policies to be tailored in this economic reality that is simplifying licensing, compliance, and annual returns would significantly reduce barriers that she was asking for at entry and during early growth. Because many of us, we have brilliant ideas, but sometimes the greatest challenge is market access. And sometimes we do have access to funding. And in this regard, I do propose an initiative more of called CPD Tonto that will actually mirror alongside this new economic transition to say, how do we move young people and venture them into this private-led economic transition that we are talking about? And possibly through you, Minister Chombo, to say what are other underutilized government infrastructures that we can use as a one-stop hub, that we can bring other government services, like maybe having a satellite shop for CIPA, for BRS, and all this underutilized. Then we look even beyond the remote areas, because I'm a village girl, and I do understand that in our villages there are some government infrastructures that are underutilized. We can partner with incubators to say, identify those young people that are eager to buy into this new economic transition, then we can move forward. And through you, Chairperson BNYC, I put it to you to say, we really wish to see the BTEP mirroring alongside your program, because this is youth-centric, and we do not want to be left behind. We do not want to be made to hear decisions being made, and we wish to make sure that if we are the central solution to Botswana's economic challenges, then we should be the central in designing, governing, and even assisting on the local organizing committee for anything that we wish to take. Thank you very much.
Dumela botsedi jo botlotlegang. Johano ke Mr. Obetile. I'm here as a visual artist. I'm very concerned. Comparing performing arts and visual arts in Botswana, performing arts are well recognized internationally as well as nationally. The question is, what about us as visual artists? Give you a couple painting, photography, pencil drawing. When we enter competitions, itela gona le for re filang. Itela go kwadilwe go teritike gore, do we wish our artworks gore di exhibitiwe ko maatsheng a sele kana anyway, but we never see that happening. So re le bataki re dependa mo go takeng go rekisa tsone di artwork tsa rona since go sna ditiro. Mme ga government a se kgone gore thusa mo ileng gore ra computer, then the next thing di artwork tsa rona ra go di ba ka tlase ga malao, ga re kgone go bona any growth mo go tsa botaki mo Botswana. Lastly, ne re wisha gore when it comes to judging di artwork tsa rona, ne re kopa gore le re tisetse di judge tse di tswang ko maatsheng a sele, gore tere kgone go ithuta le rona re bone gore how can we grow internationally. Mo ileng gore it could maybe also contribute to our tourism. Mo ileng gore tourists come and buy the artworks tsa rona, mo ileng gore le lona le government le kgona go ja sengwenyana mo teng go baakanya yone economy ya rona. E le dikeletso tsa rona re le bataki. Ke a leboga.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, may we please be economic with our comments. Let's summarize, because I can see that we have so many hands, so we want to hear other people's ideas. So let's be very time efficient and yeah.
Thank you, me. Go setse go dumedisitswe botsadi. Ka leina ke bidiwa gote reka manga. Tshepiso ka manga. Ke monana go tswa ko Gaborone kwa. Ko Gaborone North. Jaanong ke kopa go bua jaana ke re bagolo baka kana bagolo ba rona re na le mathata re le banana, mme hela a sa le nna hela high school be ke utlwe hela tota hela ile gore re tseneletse tota hela re addressa issue tsa banana. Bathong ga re bereke gona le mongwe ke la bua khantele a bua ka ha ile gore re batwa experience ka teng go ditirong ga re applyela ditiro. Jaanong ga ke itse re experience bagolo ba ka ra go etsa kae e le gone re hetsang dikolo. Mme hela kgang ga se eo. Kgang ya me ke gore re na le di-infrastructure, di-facilities tse dintsi mo lehatsheng tse di sa leng di dirwa dingwaga tse di hitileng. Jaanong ka di-facility tse di leng teng tse e leng gore ke tsa puso tse bagolo ba metse, rona banana ba re senang ditiro re na le mekgatlho kana go na le mekgatlho ya banana mo lehatsheng la Botswana ye tlhamilweng ke banana. Mekgatlho ye maikaelelo a one ke gore e thuse banana gore ba tswe fa ba leng teng ba kgone gore ba tshele matshelo a botoka. Jaanong ka go riana ke kopa gore dikolo tsa rona tsa puso tse di leng teng ka gore nna irile ke tsena sekolo bagolo baka go ne go na le bommutla le dikoko ko sekolong le dipudi mo Gaborone. Ke godile ke rutiwa pudi mo Gaborone, ha ke itse ke e ga ebile ha rena dipudi ko ke nnang teng ko gae, mme ke itse pudi le go e gama. Jaanong di-facility tse mo nakong ya gampieno ha e sale ke hetsa sekolo ga di bereke, ga gona sepe se se berekang. So there is no how re ka reng agriculture rona e ka gola re sa itse sepe sa agriculture re sa e rutiwe go tswa ko moding. Ha gona gope ka ha e leng gore re ka emisa bogodu ka teng ha go sena di-activity tse e leng gore di tlo go re ntsha mo go tsone dio tseo. So we need activities tse e leng gore le rona re na le tsona. Mme Chombo ke lebogela gore a bo le teng fa. Ha ke bua jana ke bua ke le sebete se se molangwana tota. Ke kile ka kopana lo ena go gongwe ko G West. Ka be ke kopa gore le re thuse na kwa teng ne re le kwa re le mo gona le event ya crime prevention ko G West ne launchiwa. Jaanong ra tshwengwa bathong ra itshwenya re le banana ga re bereke ka mabaka gore ha gona sepehela se leng gore re ka bereka ka sone. So mananeo a leng teng a leng gore mo nakong ya gampieno re ka bitsa ra thata gore re go gone ka gore bangwe ba rona ga ra rutega ga ra tsena dikolo ya utlwa le ke bua Setswana ya. Ke na le potso bagolo bana. Potso ya me ke gore potso ya me ke gore jaaka ke utlwa le bua gore lehatshe la rona la Botswana le drive-iwa ke mining sector. Gone mme ya ka mining sector e le ena drivang lehatshe la rona. Re dira jang ka di revenues kana di returns tsa rona gore banana le bone re bone gore re ba thusa jang. Re thusa jang banana gore ba tswe ha ba leng teng ha. Through the mining sector ye leng gore gampieno ana re itebagantsela le temane mme temane ga se yone hela ye leng gore re na le one mo Botswana. Mr. VP o kile a bua.
Thank you for the comments and question. We have Kaho online who wants to comment and give a question. Kaho, if you can hear me, you can go ahead.
So totally the subject kanya ya content gore ine e khone gore a ka tshwa sainwa gore re khone go bona letseno nya jaaka beto e dule kwa go tswang teng ya tla ya saina mo Botswana ya tla go gopa madi mo go rona ya no rona ga re khone go tsa go benefita sepe mo TikTok content e re creator me ha no go ka nna le molao wa dumalana gore re ka kgona go bona yang letseno mo Botswana. Thank you.
It's left to take the last few questions before we can get the response. So the Baba Handi Michael, we can continue.
Hello guys, this is Brian from South Africa. I'm the CEO of Randy Group from South Africa. I'm here looking for investments and opportunities. I want to partner with you guys in Botswana in various sectors. One of the things that we're looking at is the bullion exchange here and establishing fertilizer plants. So we're looking forward to working with the government from a regulation perspective, from the compliance perspective, and everyone who's here who have any form of a business, we're looking forward to working with you guys. Brian from South Africa, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm going to stand. Good afternoon. My name is Bato Gilisis and I'm with the BNYC board and also with Sustain 267. So I'm going to build on something that was said earlier by Tinaye. Looking at the strategy paper from a climate action and youth development lens, I've got a few recommendations. The first one is a climate budget tagging. The paper recognizes that climate shocks do affect the economy, but it doesn't go further to say how. So I would recommend a climate budget tagging for major projects, so resilience, mitigation, and adaptation. This would also help to attract international climate finance. It will also it should also be integrated into some of the growth sectors, because we know that extreme weather events can collapse a project in 2 minutes, like we saw with the floods in February and currently Kopanda Matenga. And then the second recommendation is on developing a national green and climate finance strategy, mainly aimed at mobilizing available climate finance, such as GCF and adaptation fund, and getting that money directly instead of through agencies as we are currently doing, and channeling it towards some of the projects that we've showed are a priority, like renewable energy and water security. This will also signal to our development partners what's a priority for us. So it will signal to the UN, it will signal to your EUs and so forth, what are priority areas, and they can also put money into that. And in terms of some of the grants that we're looking at, it also sends out a strong signal to the philanthropic world globally, climate finance is important in Botswana. And then the last one that speaks to possible economic growth without jobs. For renewable energy, I would recommend that we target with youth employment opportunity, not only energy access, and coupling it with skill training and manufacturing aspect so that we mitigate against the danger of jobless economic growth, which someone spoke to earlier. And yeah, I think that's it from me. So we can recognize climate as a risk and the shocks, but we also need to embrace the opportunities behind it.
Thank you so much. We can take another suggestion or comment. Last two ones because we are left with 2 minutes.
Dumelang. La me leina ke bidwa go to Abel Bantatetse. Na ne ke kopa tota go tile ra tlotla. Ne ke kopa go bua ka sengwe ke se gona nako enne ke tla bua ka COVID era. Na kwa ka COVID ha re lebella sentle ha ke ga kologelwa sentle ke leditswe ke ne ke theogetse mo security go gongwe ko jwaneng mme ke leditswe ke tewa go twe ra phakela re kopa go ra bo theogetse o theogetse go ga borone ko National Health Lab mo eleng gore ke ne ka nna ha tshikare go rile ana go hara tlhokega jaanong ke ne ke rahela ke a khele mo kganyeng ya gore ka gore ra tlhokega ene go tla nna le diemo ga ritsu diemo di tla nna le jang go sena gore ke ne ke kopa gore at least go ka nna jang gore go nne le 10% e leng gore tla nna ntse le teng e metsi bone bothata bo tla nna teng jong ka gore yone youth unemployment eo e heletse dira gore bontsi jwa rona re ipotse gore a go nne le matshosetsinyana gore re kgone go lediwa go te phakela re batla gore bo theogetse ka gore ga ke a re ke batla go hirwe nna ke ne ke re at least 10% e ne emetse response se sengwe se ke tla sa kgelang ke gore gona le program e nngwe ko Botho University e bidwa go te Bachelor of Health Information Management ha re bua ka transformation mo health re bua ka health information management gona le bana kong bana le dingwaganyana ka gore nana kwa tenne ke le group ya bobedi mme ke dingwaganyana ke heditse tota ke setse ke tswa mo youthing e bile se seng kutlwisang botlhoko ke ne ke re ha re bua ka transformation bana bao ba ka kgona thata ke bone ba itseng transformation lo tla ba itlhela ba setse ba le ko pele ha lo ka tsenelela lwa ba engage gore ba itota ke bone ba ileng gore ba ka integrate when it comes to health.
Thank you so much. The last comment or question. Thank you. Sorry. Can you pass her the mic, please?
Dumelang everybody. I'm so nervous right now. My name is Carol. And I'm an entrepreneur. I run an AI automation agency. And I sit here and I listen to the VP speak about these solutions that are being developed in Georgia that he wants to be developed here. I can sit where I am. I don't really need government for anything and run my agency and scale it to the world. But look at what the partnership that De Beers has with the government of Botswana has done. Because through De Beers, the government of Botswana was able to sell diamonds outside. Now the diamonds that we have are not diamonds. They are people with skills, with knowledge that can develop software solutions, international organizations, and even lease out to other governments, in turn helping us earn in dollars. I have approached the Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs, even had a presentation with the PR, but there's still a lot going on there. I'm not going to get into that. But we have developed a solution in my company specifically for government. We called it the Botswana Digital Front Desk. We've even pitched it to them. We've even told them, look, this solution, we can lease it out to other governments, we can lease it out to other organizations. So we are sitting in a pool of people, they don't have employment right now. Botswana young people don't have employment, but we have young, skilled computer science people, people that are skilled in programming, that can come into our space, people that can develop AI solutions that through the partnerships that we have with government, we can pitch them and be able to provide them to other organizations that are international, in turn helping the government and us earn money in dollars, literally. And I've done research with these big organizations. Canva literally employs over 5,000 people. This is how I saw the digital transformation program. I saw that it had financial services along with digitization, but I don't really know if that digitization includes AI. We live in a space and in an era of artificial intelligence. It's a rising opportunity to the extent that people from Japan are coming here and they're sourcing our people to create those AI systems for them so that they can go and sell them to those big corporations. Rona, we don't know how much money we are making these people. I'm saying we have the people, we have the skilled young people, we have the innovators, we have the coders. Let us develop AI systems for ourselves and let us sell those systems abroad. In partnership with the government, we can do a lot of things together. I couldn't keep this to myself. I apologize. I've started communicating with Mr. Tuto Tasana, and obviously he said he's going to help me even get to the right relevant people, but that's going to take months, even years. But we are sitting here with unemployed youth, and it doesn't have to be that way. We don't need anything from government. I've been operating my business for the past 2 years. I don't need any funding. I just need partnerships so that, like he said, move the things out of the way, help us get to those international organizations. If I develop an AI software for a big company that is in the United States through the government, and they pay us something like $100,000, how much is that in Botswana, and how much impact can it do? Bomonarna don't have to write on their labs. Bomonarna don't have to attend under Setari. We don't have to have such poor infrastructure when we can start making money through relevant money-making ways that are here today. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I am leaving. Unfortunately, I'm leaving. I have a meeting at 2 p.m. But
thank you.
Carolyn, and you all can reach out if you want.
Thank you so much. We had one last comment here. After her, we will close it off so that we can get answers. Thank you so much. Or else we won't end this program today. Thank you so much.
Hi, all protocol observed. My name is Mitepi Mukaila. I am a fashion and costume designer for a brand called Decisive, formerly Indecisive, and I'm also a stylist for films. I have some requests and suggestions. My first request is, could we please have regulations in place for when film companies come to Botswana and hire our talent and do not pay us competitive wages, even when our CVs are competitive? I ask that may we please also have, when we have these applications, NDA clauses to protect our ideas, even when we don't receive funding. As you evaluate these forms, I also ask that may we approach funding applications and be as open to the innovation that we're encouraged to display. I would also like for us to consider, as you are looking at funding the education and skills sector, that you reevaluate the algorithm that is designed to assess people that get scholarships for bachelor's and master's and accommodate the arts as well, because currently fashion design is not catered for specifically for masters. I would also like to ask that we spoke of qualitative processes, but I'd also like to encourage you to pay attention to we spoke of quantitative processes, but I'd also like to encourage you to pay attention to the qualitatives, the why and the how. We are working in very toxic environments, and when we speak up, we're threatened to lose our jobs or not get paid. So yeah, please help us.
Thank you so much. We will close it off here. We will take in, because we won't end today. Everybody wants to comment and we won't end. We are running out of time, sorry, unfortunately. Thank you. We can't continue. Everybody would want that chance. So
one more comment from online, please.
we will get the answers from here. We'll get the answers from here. Thank you. Okay. She has granted you a chance. Thank you. Mic, somebody assist her with a mic.
Online questions, please. We need to ask. There are only
Good
2
afternoon.
people online
My
that
name
need
is Kofiwa
questions.
Musunyane. I am a sexual reproductive health rights activist from said Botswana. And let me say, I do appreciate this consultation meeting. And I just wanted to let this house know that in the health sector, we have a very big challenge, which is shortage of commodities, especially for us as sexual reproductive health rights activists. There are no condoms, and this is creating a burden for the future. The question is how? Teenage pregnancy leading to high school dropouts, high abortion rates, which is expensive for the government because they have expensive abortion aftercare. Through you, Honorable Minister, I would like to ask whether there are any formal structures through which young people can continuously be involved in the budgetary processes, particularly on adolescent health and SRHR. This is to say specifically, are there any technical working groups, advisory platforms, or participatory mechanisms where young people, especially SRHR advocates, are engaged from planning to implementation to monitoring? Not only through once-off consultation, and if they do exist, at least reserve 5 seats for young people. And if the structures do not exist, on behalf of myself and other young people, particularly SRHR advocates, I propose the establishment of youth advisory mechanism on social sector budgeting. Because I believe that as young people, we are uniquely positioned to mobilize peers, to provide grassroots insights, and support policy implementation. And trust me, this will be our contribution to national development, ensuring that investment made this financial year reduce future burdens on the economy rather than having to postpone them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dumelang gape. It has been so fulfilling to listen to you all and to realize gore the solution tsa go aga Botswana, they are with you. So we have listened, re tse re megopolo ya lona. So we will not try to answer each and every question, but we can assure you every single word that came out from this room is going to be considered fully. Let me just try and pick here and there some of the questions and the comments that came out from this session. Ke batla go simolola ka, I think in Ele Chabanga. She was saying gore, we are working on removing barriers, and then I think she ended by asking gore, how are we going to protect people from investors? And it's such a apt question. I will take it firstly from the Botswana Economic Transformation Program side, but I'll also speak about it generally. As I was explaining earlier, we've created a website basically to expose our more confirmation or more searches with, or if we see it ourselves, we then send that information to BITC to say, can you check this investor for us before the project owner can move even any further with that person in conversations. And I just want to say that at the national level, Tata BITC is the place that vets investors. So when there's an investor who comes, the first stopping place go BITC. But I also know we go even further. Organizations like institutions like FIA and DIS, they also do contribute to that vetting of investors. So I think there are mechanisms in place that are established to ensure that we deal with the right people, because as the VP always says, yes, we are looking for partners as a country and even at individual levels, but we must make sure that the partners that we are getting into these relationships with are legit and are people that won't tomorrow cause trouble for us. I think there was a question earlier that spoke about and I like it very much because they're speaking about something that we are also very worried about, the climate financing architecture ya Botswana. I absolutely agree with yourselves that our climate financing architecture it is so fragmented. You find the Ministry of Environment has aspects that it is running with. Ministry of Minerals has an aspects that is running with. And then Ronako Finance, we're just focusing on a very small part of financing. But we do realize, if we bring that ecosystem, if we build it properly, then we are also positioning ourselves to be able to attract climate financing. And we have looked across, and I also agree with you that we need a green industrialization strategy so that we overcome this fragmented approach. And I want to assure you that you've touched or you struck a chord because you've touched on an issue that we are already working on. We have also young people like yourselves have also come forward to make the same submission to say, can you look into this thing, and even given examples to say, look at how countries like Namibia have done it. They've built an architecture that actually works. And we have started engaging. I can assure you that we have started engaging. The budget doesn't even need to come from government. If you look at how certain countries have been able to do it, you find that even as you set up that Botswana Climate Commission, you find that it can actually be hosted by some of these international organizations that are in that space. So we have started having those conversations, and I think you will know about it as those discussions continue, because we do realize that there is a lot of climate financing out there that we are not able to unlock as a country, and it's basically exactly because of how we have not been able to structure ourselves. So thank you, feedback taken. we are working on it. We will continue to update you on how that conversation is going. I think there was another comment that was made by Ms. Lesego Busman, basically speaking about, I really liked your interventions also, and let's have a conversation. I think you have thoughts around how young people ideas can come close to the BTAP. I think you were speaking about incubators with young people. Basically, I would like to hear more about your idea from a BTAP coordination perspective. There was another intervention made. I think it was a gentleman. I did not take the name, but you were speaking about marginal NGOs and that they are getting very little from government. I know the VP has already responded to you. I wanted to also bring another element to that discussion. I think if you take a step back, in the 90s, there were a lot of NGOs, there were a lot of gardens, and how who's funding this garden, you actually realize the NGO. So that used to be funded by international organizations. That used to be a lot of that funding was not necessarily coming from government. So I'm giving this perspective because it's something that we have also reflected on, and we've realized that it's a challenge, and we are trying to come up with a strategy to unlock it. So what then happened is, as Botswana got classified as an upper middle income economy, we then lost that opportunity where international organizations can come and, put funding into some of these NGOs and into these community-based organizations. So there was a gap. There has been a gap over such a long period of time. So what we have done is that we have brought in a team of young people. They're actually right here. Through the Africa Leadership University, we have a team of young people who we have actually brought them as strategic resource mobilization to basically say, we want you to develop a strategy about how we can begin to unlock funding opportunities, the non-traditional funding opportunities. We are not talking about your usual AFDB, World Bank. No. We are not talking about those, but those niche areas. And the first challenge that they met as they started trying to unlock those opportunities is, no, Botswana is an upper middle income economy. You don't qualify. They would knock in this door, try to open up, apply for a grant for an opportunity. First thing that will tell, Botswana is an upper middle income economy. You do not qualify. So what we have done, we have now started thinking about is to actually come up with a national philanthropy strategy, because we were told actually, as we were engaging with some of the people that we're talking about the climate, Botswana Climate Commission infrastructure, we're actually saying you need to look at what Rwanda has done. Rwanda, what they did was to actually come up with a national philanthropy strategy, because when you have that, then you are able to, even in a very strategic way, still be able to attract philanthropic funding, even as you are still classified as an upper middle income economy. So those were the few interventions. I really, as I said, we have taken all the suggestions. There were suggestions around filmmaking, and I think there are policy issues for us to pick from there. So because I think there were 3 or 4 interventions around arts, visual arts, filmmaking, and the concern that when you looked at BETP, you could only see one project that speaks to that. I think there were a couple of questions on the macro side, but generally, thank you so much. I see a hand.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Brian. Brian, we appreciate the offer, sir. We are open to working closely with you. Partnerships, collaborations are what we nurture and encourage. We really appreciate your offer, sir. There was a couple of discussions, particularly from Laone. Laone, good points. Investing in branding. I think that cannot be overemphasized. That's a very, very good point, Laone. You also asked about the government investment account that I was presenting, and I showed trends, downward trends to the government investment account, and what is the plan to rebuild those buffers. Buffers play a critical role in macroeconomic stability. When you are faced with shocks, it's how do you expect? COVID, for instance. COVID comes in, production stops, but you still need to, the country still needs to run. So with healthy buffers, you are able to facilitate for the operations of the country. So what we are currently doing to rebuild these buffers, in the paper, one of the fiscal strategies, even in the last budget speech, is rebuilding the buffers because we recognize the importance of these buffers. So the first thing that we are doing is strengthening fiscal discipline. In the 4 phases we presented in the budget speech, the first phase is halting the hemorrhaging. We discussed a couple of options in there. But in July 2025, when we assessed the economy, the pace at which we are spending vis-a-vis the rate at which we are getting revenue, we implemented cost containment measures. We can better manage overtime expenditure. We can better manage travel. We can also better manage the way in which we procure goods and services by centralizing government purchase orders. That exercise on its own has revealed we can do better in controls across ministries, departments, and government agencies. Another area in which we are implementing to rebuild our buffers is really strengthen revenue collection. Revenue collection has multiple elements to it. You can quickly, at the onset, increase rates. But when you're increasing tax rates, also take into consideration the rate at which there's losses in the system or low collection. You can increase as much as you want, but if you don't plug the leakages or you don't strengthen your tax collections, the rate at which you're increasing will still be the same. So we are looking at areas in which we can leverage on digital technology to try to ensure that we enhance collection. You rebuild buffers by running surpluses. You take those surpluses, you save them. So 2 elements to it: strengthen fiscal discipline as well as raise the revenue potential. Modernizing state-owned enterprises. That was a very good comment, actually, the one that you mentioned. That's one of the areas in which we are saying, how can we improve the way in which we function as a government? The system, the VP spoke about the entire system, the whole SOE infrastructure. How can we reform it to ensure that all these state-owned enterprises perform optimally and do what they're supposed to do? Are there any that we can merge, that we can unbundle? Do they still serve this, the relevant purpose now? So I think that's a very good point, and I really appreciate that. Enhancing public finance management, the area of procurement. Is there anything we can do in the procurement space to ensure that we strengthen the procurement? E-procurement, these are the discussions that we are having in the area of procurement. Managing foreign exchange reserves, I think I discussed that earlier. But there is elements to fiscal consolidation.
looking at the architecture of the country, how the country is wired, there is a level in which you can consolidate, reduce spending here, reduce spending here. But looking at the role that government plays in the economy, we can consolidate the A, but there is a certain point in which your consolidation might affect the economy. So we do it in a more balanced manner to ensure that we do not, at the same time as we consolidate, we do not also affect economic growth. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much for some of those answers that you gave. Firstly, before we could go into the next item, I would like to recognize partners for who made this event possible. We have CIP and Plan, we have Benchaye Studio, we have UB Radio, we have Botswana Society of the Deaf, we have Ms. Balibi PT and BDIH and Botswana Accountancy College. I would like also to welcome, I'd like to welcome Matu Pula and their live spectrum for an entertainment session. A round of applause for them.
Seki kupa fela, kupa lisima kaleng, ekiratile mwana montleri shabeng, kibuaga mosadi, khale kirule banyaneng.
Kine kirumile batu malo bakere ba mumpatlis. Kakine kitseore bobo koje bakasin korisi. Anna limoni ena.
Anna limoni na, Anna limoni ena, na limoni.
Toto kwa kweletse megalete ho kwa kweletse na khaleke ka khaleke tla ko nkote marapa thata ke tla tswa ka swana sele ba le pheo ara ba mbisa khwa dira no yana masigo ka bo ke gorogile thupadi thuya ke thuya sama o kana musibanyana ba thupu ya le roma ga thota ke thothomane yo mathotho ke thothomana tse bentsa baretsi thothomane yo mathotho le ron thotho ta krotarota ja ka marotho a go ntshache ke go tshache o itshache re tshachane wa tshacha Areta jao rentsele kokoro kokwane. Rentsele kokoro kokwane ko kwantse ke matona a rona. Go tla go ruta ka budget. Go le rona bana na tere go re budgetele. Go se ka re tshotsho sentshila sa ga tshwane ke tshwanetse. A go tshwana le nna o nna mo tshwana o tshwe lo phaga. O se ka tshwana le go metse be di matsopudu ka toto wa tsena ka le hitshwana. Ba mpisa o smile champana. Ha go ntshache. Ke go tshache. O itshache. Re tshachane. Wa tshacha.
Anna limoni.
Areta jalo rentsele kokoro kokwane o bona go ke tswanteng kwa ga mabese a khama ke direkta ke rutu ya molao ga nke ke tsamaya ke sa dumedisa bagolo ke tole bona ba ngami ke tole bona la botona yami ke tole bona wena motho a le montle ka ke ra wena motho a ga tshombo ka ke go kwetse mo ka re kwa na tshombo kwane champana wena ga re jana marata go leja ma di no se tsamaya ka motshitsi ma mo tshentsenatsi a go ntshache ke go tshache o itshache re tshacha Hanga gata mata tila go pele ke sa dumedisa tonami. Ke tlo bua le ena motho a modimo motho a Ndaba. Ke re ta tjeno wa go tsa moe go pele. Go tswela ntse o re huisa. Go bona wena mo ga ka go la ka magatla ba iphitlhe ko maga kwa bana ba ga molela ga mere mo ga la go bane. Ba gatla ba sala ga maregile. Ka ke rata tsa go tsentse re betsa tsene se tsentse se kurukara titiritsetse. Ba sa bone mo gata mo kotong ya zuka ba roba kelelo le masapo. Le wena can you this one articulated the open position cannot take any man anyway in this era of document dog wine. I won't charge.
A round of applause for that beautiful performance. That was lovely. I felt like it was really short, but that was lovely. Again, since we will welcome Nicole Martinez to give us one final piece of performance. Nicole Martinez.
Mike o rata go nkgabata ha ke simolola Mike wa I feel ha ke itse gore ke eng o ntshaba ya a re maranya dumelang gape to it is an affirmation song. Let's go. One last thing. My music is available on Spotify, Apple Music, anywhere online. So do check it out. Very much Gogolabo. Nicole Martinez is the name. Hey. Martinez, we are live. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Mpulele, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mpulele, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nico Martinez everywhere online. Spotify ke a le bata ko.
I wrote a look at iTunes. I got la muto. For now, we will welcome the closing remarks by Honorable Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs, Honorable Lesego Chombo.
I did not expect to see you all standing for me. The protocol would be that we stand for the Vice President, but I see he too was standing. And I am humbled by that. Truly, truly humbled. Dumelang. Let me start off by thanking our creatives. Millicent, when she got on stage, she said, "Au, pinanyana." And I share those same sentiments that every time we have young people and a gathering of young people, we always want the space to be vibrant. And I'm glad that our creatives created that environment, especially before I got on stage. Allow me to take this time to recognize and appreciate our Vice President as well as the Minister of Finance. Miss Chomzi, Miss Niles. We popularly know her for making us not only his colleagues as well as his mentees, but also his friends. Friends who walk this journey with him and friends who can entrust that he too will be a friend to them. Hence, Miss Chomzi, Miss Nalzian. Allow me to recognize and appreciate the Permanent Secretary. I hope you are still joining virtually, sir, in the Ministry of Finance, as well as the Permanent Secretary to the Vice President. I recognize Dr. Saeed, who's the Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, as well as Ms. Niles, who is not only the Senior Policy Advisor in the Ministry of Finance, but a very dear friend to the Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs because I bother her quite often. And I would also like to recognize the Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs, responsible for the youth portfolio, the Deputy Secretary in Microeconomic Policy, who again I bother very earnestly. I recognize the Honorable Councillor here present. I recognize in her absentia the Presidential Youth Empowerment Campaign rep, and allow me to recognize our Botswana National Youth Council chairperson, Mem Millicent, but as well as all the BNYC board members who are present here, including our MC, Trevor, including Pato. Those are the two that I've seen so far. I take this time to recognize the media. I say this just to make sure in case they were intending to not put a nice picture. I recognize every single person who has put in the work for us to be standing here today. I know it takes a very long time of planning by various sectors, and I appreciate the effort that you have put for us to be able to be standing here today. And most importantly, I recognize you, our young people. You make standing here easy for me. After those interventions, you make it easy for me. You make it easy for me to say they're so brilliant. You make it easy for me to say they're not looking for handouts. You make it easy for me to say they know exactly what needs to happen. You make it easy for me to say they love the Botswana. And I appreciate you for that. I recognize the students. I have a particular bias towards babies. Hi. And they are my future beneficiaries at the Ministry of Youth. And I'm very happy to see them here in this Botswana where we believe that it's very important to engage young people. And I commend everybody who made sure that they can come here to join us today. I must start off by saying I see a lot of familiar faces, and it is a pro and a con, which I'd like for us to take into consideration. Standing up here, I see a lot of familiar faces, and it says these faces are very passionate about the Botswana, but it also says that we have limited access to other faces. It also says that we have limited access to other young people, and I hope that we can create that balance moving forward, that platforms such as these will, yes, include the consistent young people who are championing the cause, but it will also be a pathway for the new faces, right? I would like to say that as we bring this important budget pitso to a close, I am grateful for all the candid conversations that were had here today, all the discussions, and I thank you all for creating such a valuable platform. It wasn't just a platform, but it was a very valuable platform where we as young people got to engage meaningfully, and government as well got to hear the expectations as well as the contributions of our brilliant young people with regards to national priorities, fiscal realities, as well as the strategic direction that our economy ought to take. I thank you all, and in particular also would like to thank the chairperson of the Botswana National Youth Council, who is an advisor to my office, for airing the voice of the youth. All the key concerns that were eloquently and poetically raised. When you spoke, you reminded me of the vice president. He's very poetic when he speaks, and it is a craft which we appreciate. We appreciate the key concerns that you raised, and we can all acknowledge these are key concerns that we're all alive to, which is the saddest thing. That despite them being presented, these are key concerns that we're alive to, that we experience ourselves. And if you're not experiencing them, you know somebody who's experiencing them. These are key concerns that we're grappling with, particularly unemployment, skills development, entrepreneurship support, access to finance and other resources. And I commend you because you did a great job consolidating all of them as they were reiterated by the young people. All of these contributions by yourself, noting the voice of the young people, as well as all the young people in this room, underscore the urgency of translating our policy into tangible outcomes that improve livelihoods and that expand opportunities to our young people and for our young people. And this is an urgent need that we are continuously racing to address, as articulated in the 2026-27 budget strategy paper, as well as the Botswana Economic Transformation Program presentation by our beloved partners from the Ministry of Finance. Government is operating within a framework that demands discipline, fiscal discipline, that demands us to prioritize. There are so many needs from all ends and all sectors, but we ought to prioritize, as well as to focus on impact-driven interventions. And today's engagement reaffirms that while we're focusing on all of these, we are alive to the fact that public resources need to translate into tangible opportunities for young people, not just for Botswana in general, but today in particular for young people. Now, allow me to note that the interventions are quite timely, and I'd like to note some of them. I note that the Vice President has made comments, as well as Dr. Said and Madam Nals. One of the things that was requested was to enforce youth procurement, and we are aligned in that regard. Because there are a lot of familiar faces in this room, I know that some of them were also part of the process of drafting our revised national youth policy, which will be going to Parliament soon, as it has been provisionally approved by Cabinet. And in it, we speak to increasing the procurement quota. And it's important that we do not just set these numbers and speak to enforcement, but as a ministry, we commit to as well training young people for them to be able to partake in procurement. You find that there's a quota that is reserved, but in actual fact, reposa ka banana. We know that, right? And some banana as well participate in such. Who post you ka banana because they benefit from this quota. But as a ministry, we are committed to not only advocating for this quota to be increased, but also for us to bridge that gap for our young people and entrepreneurs to be able to participate meaningfully in procurement. There were issues around substance abuse as well as social ills. And speaking of supporting non-government organizations as well as youth-serving organizations, let us take this time to appreciate and thank the Ministry of Finance for a slight increase in our Botswana National Youth Council budget. Come on. This increment will indeed be useful in benefiting our youth-serving organizations. We are alive to the brilliant work that is being done. I have a nephew. He's going to Mount Senior soon. And we've managed to shield him for a very long time. And you can imagine going to senior secondary school. It changes every young man's life. And I keep wishing where I cannot reach, I know they will reach. That is how amazing our youth-serving organizations and civil society organizations are. And we know that. And we stand here with absolute humility, knowing that they've used money from their pockets to solve the problems that our nephews are facing. When you speak of substance abuse, I think I do not want my 16-year-old nephew to get to senior secondary school and be exposed and not know how to deal with his emotions, etc. And it's places which I too sometimes cannot reach. But what we know for sure is that the landscape of our youth-serving organizations as well as our NGOs and their brilliance and commitment and experience, it can reach such places. We are also grateful once again that moving forward, we will manage to support our youth-serving organizations in a transparent manner. In a transparent manner. The Vice President speaks a lot about integrity. I think there's no one time he does not stand and mention the word integrity. And as a ministry, to us, integrity includes making sure that everything that is to benefit Botswana and young people is done in a transparent manner. There were issues regarding establishing a national youth parliament, which once again is captured in the youth policy, and as well as issues that were raised by Metla, love of my life. Mr. Vice President, I'm going to share a brief story of how I met Metla. Metla commented vigorously on one of my Facebook posts. She wrote a very long comment about the work that she had done, and I invited her to my office. And we had a long chat about the work that she's done. She showed me so much of the work, so many of the strategies, all the videos that she has put up, including some about the Youth Development Fund. And fast forward, we have been working with her to ensure that the industries or the sectors ba kgona go lemoga tiro a e irang. Mme ebile le rona re le goromente re kgona go lemoga gore it takes the Metlas of Botswana for us to disseminate information about our programs, and that the traditional ways of disseminating information are gone. But her TikTok, where she teaches young people how to apply for YDF, her TikTok, where she speaks about Bonno housing program and what it means and what it takes for you to be a part of the process, it is something that is quite commendable. And it's disheartening that she's been doing it for free. I remember telling her, I love that you love your Botswana. But to me, this should be an income-generating enterprise. And we will continue to work with her and facilitate her through my private office. But Metla's story is one that reminds us that we need to work on our systems. Systems that ensure access. Systems that ensure that it's not a Metla who posted on Lesego Chombo's post, and on a random day, when Lesego Chombo managed to open her comments, that's limited access. But we need systems where each and every brilliant young person can access without having to access the office of the minister. And that is something that we take very seriously in order to ensure that our system is an enabler. As I conclude, we must all note that the budget strategy paper has noted something that we've all been alive to for a while. Diamond sales are going down. Something that we are all alive to. And this says that it's time for us to mine, process, package, and enhance sales in our most important diamonds, our people, and in particular, our young people. Their craft, their creativity, their innovations. Craft, creativity, and innovation in the tourism industry, in manufacturing, in music and arts, in sport, in agriculture. That is the power that young people hold. And we as the Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs continue to commit to create an enabling environment for this mining, processing, and selling through coordination of various sectors and partnerships, as this enablement requires a multi-sectoral approach. This enablement includes building appropriate skills that are aligned to the market demands, an education system that is aligned to the relevant market needs. It includes strengthening transitions from education to employment. It includes mentorship. It includes championing private sector-led economy as well as promoting youth enterprises. And one thing that I think we leave behind quite often, which I stand and advocate for and will continue to, having young people govern. Having young people govern. I aspire to see a Botswana where at some point we might not even need youth pitsos, because the youth are there in parliament, the youth are there in cabinet, the youth are there as permanent secretaries, the youth are there as directors, the youth are there in programming, the youth are governing. That is a Botswana that I aspire to see. And I hope that we can walk that journey together. It's very important for us to have these spaces where we gather this brilliance and at the same time create systems that can absorb young people to be the ones governing. I reaffirm my faith in you as young people, and I thank you for your boldness, for your vulnerability, for your brilliance as we build a Botswana where every young person is empowered, employed, and fulfilled. I thank the Ministry of Finance team for the incredible work that you're doing. You are facing such a big challenge, and we stand with you as a united government. It is not your problem alone. It is our problem too to ensure that there are no leakages. It is our problem too to ensure that we explore other means of generating income for our country, and we stand with you. I thank all of our development partners for continuing to stand with us in developing our country. I thank the media and everyone who has worked tirelessly once again to ensure that this day is successful. And last, for purposes of today, allow me to, in a very special way, thank our Vice President and Minister of Finance. He does not sleep. In December, I remember when we parted, one thing I said was, please sleep. The late nights of meetings, he jogs at 11 p.m., my God. And I've been invited to join one of those jogs. You can trust that I'm young, but I do not have the capacity. And he jogs at that time because before then, he is working tirelessly, and even thereafter, to restore our economy. And we stand with you, sir. We stand with you, even in prayer, so that all the desires of our people's hearts can indeed be fulfilled, and we can build a prosperous Botswana for all. Apula Elenel. Thank you. I thanked Trevor. I thank you, beautiful MC. Thank you so much. Give a round of applause to our wonderful moderators.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chombo, for that beautiful closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we close off the program, I'd like to take this time to acknowledge our sponsors once again. It is important to note that this Youth Budget Pitso was implemented on a zero-budget basis. And as I list them, we kindly acknowledge and thank you all for participating, for volunteering. The Sip and Plan, Bang High Studio, with the provision of Nicole Martinez and Young Black, Matu Pula and Live Spectrum Singers, UB Radio, Botswana Society for the Deaf, who availed 2 sign language interpreters, Ms. Balibet Bizi, a lecturer from University of Botswana as our rapporteur, other partners, BDIH, BAC, Let's Montosa, and Tsepan Lesole. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you all.
Most importantly, thank you all the young people who took that time because they saw this as an important event to participate in. We continue doing the work and we'll continue doing the work after this. Of course, after this, I would like to make the announcement that we have 2 types of coupons, the yellow or gold one and the gray one. The gray, we have ushers at the back. I think probably they can raise their hands so that they can see them. They are still in the room. Yes, the gray, those who got the gray coupon, you are supposed, the feeding point is at the restaurant, which I believe it's that other side. Those who have the yellow coupons, the feeding point is just outside the door. But we will let our dignitaries to leave first to the feeding points. Then that's when our ushers will take us out of the room to also get our food. Gracias, thank you to everybody who make the time. Ra leboha.
Thank you.